got more than just words. I got more than just words. You bring me songs sweet like the birds. So I got more than just words. I got peace in my mind. I got peace in my mind, knowing that we've got the ties that bind. Gives me peace in my mind. The lights are so much brighter. The colors so much deeper. I got joy in my soul. I got joy in my soul. The fact that you're half of what's making me whole puts a little joy in my soul. And I got love in my heart. I got love in my heart. I promise that no man can tear us apart. Puts a lot of love in my heart. The lights are so much brighter. The colors so much deeper. I got more I can give. So much more I can give. 'Cause
Hallo, hallo, können Sie mich hören? So, hallo? Bin ich jetzt hier zu hören? Gut. So.
I hope you can hear me now. I do certainly hear myself, which is a good sign. Let's wait a few more seconds to make sure that we don't have any background noise. It's a great feeling to have so many people gathered here together. And all of a sudden we have more than 1,000 people here in the room, which is a great change. For me personally, I'm very delighted to see this, and we'll have more positive information coming further on. For anyone who would rather like to follow this conference remotely, you may also go to a different room and follow it on the screen remotely. Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, and to all of you who are connected remotely, I'm very pleased to inaugurate this 15th Adult Education Conference. We've been waiting for long for this conference to take place, and we're very delighted to have this taking place today. There's a conference app that you can download with information, with news, and a link to the Twitter wall with more information also regarding the corona regulations. Face masks are not mandatory. You can wear them if you like to, which is a positive sign to see that so many of you are wearing a mask. We have a simultaneous interpretation into English, and international guests who may follow this event in English. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very delighted to welcome our president, Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer. We are very much looking forward to your welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Mrs. van Westerholz, dear guests from Germany and from abroad, dear friends, and if I may say, dear family members of the big VHS family, I'm welcoming you to the 15th Adult Education Conference. The Lord Mayor is also present here today at the Congress Hall in Leipzig. It's a great pleasure to see you all today. I don't quite remember when was the last time that I shared a room with 1,000 people, and as many of you in the last 2 years, I rather connected remotely on the screen, so it's even more of a pleasure to connect with you in person here today. I'll have the pleasure to welcome a number of guests, amongst others the Minister President Michael Kretschmer, who is still on the way to this conference. And we are very delighted to be here in Saxony today, and to also have the President of the Saxonian Association for Education Centers here in Saxony. Let me welcome the host, the Lord Mayor Burkhard Jung. Dear Lord Mayor, we are very happy to have received the invitation for this conference. So thank you very much for inviting us to Leipzig. That's your applause. Thank you. And thank you very much for scheduling the weather. Yesterday it was very hot, and it cooled down just for today. So tonight at the party of Volkshochschule, we will have great weather again, according to the prognostics. Adult education centers are a home in our cities, in our municipalities and regions. They're rooted locally, and municipalities have the responsibility for public further continuing education, which is true in good times, but also in difficult times. I'd like to therefore welcome the representatives of the regional association, Mr. Frese, Mrs. Schneckenbauer. A very warm welcome to you. Three-dimensional, rooted locally on national level, but also on the European and international level. That's what Volkshochschule is all about, and also thanks to our institute, DVV International, they're also working on an international level, which is, I'm very pleased to have representatives of our partner countries here today, and I'd like to welcome them. Let me apologize for not pronouncing all of your names correctly. I've trained to pronounce them today in the morning, and I'll do my best. The Vice Minister of Education and Sports in Laos, Kantali Ziliponga, a very warm welcome to you, and thanks for being with us today. A very warm welcome also to Mrs. Avery Lagafti, the Education Minister of Kosovo. Welcome. Welcome, Mrs. Dilapro Mansouri, the first representative of the Parliament from Tajikistan. A very warm welcome to you. And I'm very delighted, Gesundta Abdul Kashia Abdeli, the foreign head of education in Afghanistan. And a very warm welcome to Mr. Professor José Roberto Divar, President of the International Council for Adult Education. A very warm welcome. And not internationally, but also beyond the borders of Saxony, well known, the Minister President of the Free State of Saxony, dear Michael, a very warm welcome to you. We're interconnected internationally, and we're open for to all of our partner countries, but especially in these days, our thoughts are with our colleagues from Ukraine. Since 24th of February, we've been confronted with the fact that we have a war in Europe, and that Russia attacked a neighbor country. We are confronted with the horrible pictures of atrocities, and many of us are confronted with news and with experiences from those who had to leave their home country, Ukraine. This worries us and concerns us, and at the same time we know that all these impressions are only a slight little detail from all the horrific destruction and suffering that Ukrainians are living every day and right now at this very moment, and that Ukrainians are not only fighting for their own freedom but also for our freedom and for Europe, with a peaceful coexistence of neighboring countries where everyone can make sure that he's not attacked. The director of the education center of Kiev is with us here today, which shows that Ukrainians are not only fighting with weapons, but that they strongly believe in education to shape their future. Maria Yugoslav, a very warm welcome to you. I'd like to welcome the chair of the Austrian Association for Continuing Education, Adult Education, and the General Secretary of the VEV, Mr. Eberts. A very warm welcome to you. Volkshochschule are interconnected and they work with many different actors, which is why we are all the more delighted to welcome the representatives of ministries and authorities that support our work. I'd like to welcome our cooperation partners from science and the different associations, Professor Theis, Professor Strahler, Professor Loth-Rüschen, Professor Kepler, Professor Volker, Mrs. Menke, and Mr. Glatz. Thank you very much for representing your institution. And a very warm welcome to the chair of our Adult Education Association, Dr. Ralf Egler from the Saxonian Association, Fritz Kuhn from Baden-Württemberg, and Mr. Ulrich from Saxony-Anhalt. A very warm welcome to all of you. And as this is basically a family gathering, we are also delighted to have former chairs such as Treffin Rohling and our former association's director Ulrich Angford. Ulrich, this is probably one of the few adult education conferences that you can assist in a very relaxed manner and just enjoying the event. A very warm welcome to you. We've been looking forward to this event, and we'd like this to be a positive gathering with positive vibes throughout the next days. And we want you to take this atmosphere back home, which is why we're delighted to have this event streamed via our live stream. So a big thank you to everyone who supported the organization of this event. This positive spirit is something that we need all the more these days, because this conference, despite all the positivity, will not be so worryless as it used to be, because it's also the truth that in many adult education centers the situation is still very strained. 2 years of the corona pandemic, with all the financial cuts is something that many of you are facing, and we are very concerned that it takes time to go back to the new normal. At the same time, we are very concerned about the cruel war taking place in Ukraine. And we are not only affected because of the employees of DVV International, but also that many of those who visit Volkshochschule need our institution for exchange, as we would also like to give protection to those who had to leave their home country, Ukraine, to give them new future prospects, take care of them, as same as we've been taking care for all of this who came to us and who had to leave their home countries, such as Syria, be it thanks to language courses, holiday courses for kids, or learning groups. The diversity of the education courses is immense. We can see that adult education centers enable all the necessary framework conditions for those in need, which is I'm very proud of your work. This applause goes to all of you. That's your applause. We are facing immense challenges. Pessimists would call them problems. We are optimistic, that's why we call them challenges. And we like to live up to those challenges and to grow with them, just as we did in the past too. Which is why I really like this tree being the motto of this year's conference, because it's a symbol for growth, a symbol of a community with strong roots, rooted in a history that goes back more than 100 years, rooted in history that was born with the aim to enable political change based on education. This is a motto that hasn't changed. We see this tree with a trunk that's a symbol for self-confidence, for strength, and then we have all the different branches that are the symbol for our very diverse work. So our motto for this year is Together in Diversity, Interconnected and Sustainable. Stands for the challenge that this year's conference aims at enabling solutions to these challenges together with the regions, the municipalities, and at the national level. I am very delighted that this year's conference will enable dialogue between our VHS community and politics to see how we can grow to live up to those challenges. All the speakers here today come from politics, so thank you very much for your presence here today, and also the Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who will speak at the video message and give some welcome words and remarks. And we are also anticipating Mr. Jung's contribution, as same as the Federal Minister for Family and Youth and the Federal Representative of Integration and Refugees, and the Minister of Education of Saxony-Anhalt, Eva Feuser, und Mr. Brandenburg, in charge of education at the national level, and the representative of our Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Education. We face long-term challenges, and I'd like to thank you for your commitment. We are living radical transformation processes at national and international level. We at Volkshochschule would like to make sure that people are not afraid of change, but they can hold pace, making sure that we enable changes that empower people to deal with those transformations. Education and continuing education is essential. It's also essential when maintaining the precious treasure of our democracy and freedom. We can only face our challenges when we work together as a community. Dear colleagues, that's the big strength of Volkshochschule. Continuing education is the best weapon to defend our values. So I'm hoping for fruitful discussions here today at our Adult Education Conference 2022. Thank you. Delegates of the 15th German Adult Education Conference, we are standing on the threshold of a new era. Established certainties have been called into question. Very many things are changing very rapidly and indeed clearly have to change so that we can overcome the major problems of our times. We have to protect the climate, defeat global diseases, use technology wisely, and safeguard cultural diversity and peaceful coexistence. Above all, we must make it our priority to learn to understand and evaluate for ourselves the complex requirements and conditions on which these goals are based. The adult education centers make an important contribution to knowledge acquisition and orientation through the services they provide. Their programs offer people a space in which they can not only glean information on key topical issues, but also engage in discussions on these issues. That often has considerable practical benefit. Through integration courses, the centers help migrants to find their feet in Germany and to learn to understand our country and our language. Their foreign language courses are a doorway to other cultures and countries for many learners. They provide services for people to acquire the specific tools they need to get to grips with an increasingly digital world. There are sport and health programs that help promote physical and mental fitness, and that too is extremely important in times that are mentally stressful on many levels. The adult education centers offer much more. Historical seminars, art courses, and many other services that broaden horizons and impart skills. They bring education to the people, and they bring people into conversation with one another. The adult education centers are key partners when it comes to creating wide-ranging spaces for lifelong learning. It is no coincidence that diversity is one of the elements of the 2030 work program, as are cohesion and connectivity. these are the relevant and crucial issues that you will be exploring during the 15th Adult Education Conference, as well as in the courses of your day-to-day work. I wish you all the very best, every success, and enthusiastic participants, both for the coming days in the conference and as you implement your work programs and annual schedules in the almost 900 adult education centers throughout Germany.
Ja, wir danken für diese wertschätzenden Worte an die.
Thank you very much indeed. Adult education centers bring education to the people. Today and tomorrow we'll have many conversations, but first of all we'll have the opportunity to hear the language of Sebastian Krumbiegel. Welcome, Sebastian Krumbiegel. Well, Sebastian, you are going to play something for us, but let me say, this stage plays a very important role, Sebastian. Would you like to tell us yourself? Well, this is the stage of 1 hour for our first performances in 1987. At that time we looked a bit more shabby. Today I look cool. I'm really happy to be here. Well, we are, of course, very happy that you are here today. You are going to play us a song for which your father inspired you. Why? My father told me, he's 30 years older, he's 86, he's very healthy, and he told me some 2-3 years ago, well, why not write a song about democracy? I said, well, that's not possible. This is a subject which is too cumbersome and too big. You cannot put it into a song or in your head. But my father is very clever and he proved that it is possible. So this is the idea of this song and it fits very well to the subject of this event.
Die Demokratie ist weiblich. Ich weiß nicht, aber ich glaube, dass die Liebe und die Hoffnung ihre Schwestern sind. Weiblich, ich glaube, dass Barmherzigkeit und Humanität genau das ist, worum es geht. Die Demokratie ist so verletzlich. Ich weiß nicht, aber ich glaube, dass die Klugheit auf der Matte steht, genauso wie die Solidarität und die Schönheit, die Freiheit, die Verliebtheit in diese wunderbare Welt. Ich will ein Leben lang für diese Dinge gerade stehen. Mit all den Leuten, die auf unserer Seite sind. Ich will ein Leben lang auf dieser Barrikade stehen. Für die Demokratie. Sie ist weiblich, ich weiß, ich wiederhole mich und frag mich, wie komm ich drauf klar, dass der Friede männlich ist, genau wie der Krieg oder der Sieg, das will ich wissen. Ich frag mein Gewissen, sächlich, tatsächlich ist das Geschlecht doch nicht wichtig. Ich will ein Leben lang für diese Dinge gerade stehen. Mit all den Leuten, die auf unserer Seite sind. Ich will ein Leben lang auf dieser Barrikade stehen. mit all den Männern, all den Frauen, mit all den Wesen, die sich gegenseitig vertrauen, mit all den Freaks und den Normalos, ist egal, los, lass mal machen. Ich will ein Leben lang für diese Dinge gerade stehen. Mit all den Leuten, die auf unserer Seite sind. Ich will ein Leben lang auf dieser Barrikade stehen. Ich will ein Leben lang verstehen, dass es sich lohnt, an dieser Front steil zu gehen. Für die Demokratie. Die Demokratie. Die Demokratie ist weiblich. Dankeschön.
Thank you. Thank you, Sebastian. That's a great song. It's a song about diversity, but it also uses words such as I want to understand life and democracy. This is also a reference to lifelong learning. We will hear you once again, but now let's welcome the Minister President of the Free State of Saxony and the President of the Saxon Association of Adult Education Centers, Matthias Kretschmer. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's a great song. The education centers, adult education centers are also of female gender. You wrote the song at a time when there was a lot of turmoil, uncertainties, the refugee crisis and all that followed. You thought it is important to make a contribution to democratization. It was important to you and to many people. Therefore, we still can live in a land of democracy. Thank you very much for your commitment for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. President, welcome to the Free State of Saxony. Welcome to Leipzig, the city of the peaceful revolution, a center of science. When we talk about adult education centers in Saxony or among minister presidents, we have conversations characterized by a great deal of appreciation. We know what you have done after the year of 2015 in favor of integration or for the people in times of the pandemic. We really have lived through 2 difficult years. We all have experienced ourselves. We have seen how difficult it was, what a burden it was to bear. It is clear that not all decisions were correct, and from hindsight, a few things should have been done differently, and that the financial impacts, not all financial impacts, could have been excluded. But we accept these mistakes. Adult education centers make a major contribution to the fact that our country can exist. The adult education centers are a real anchor point for continuing training. We have to make sure that men and women's commitment receive services and offers in order to meet the needs for which we need a sound financial foundation and a legal framework. It is correct that the Association of German Adult Education Centers have, of course, sometimes difficult conversations and talks with policymakers. It is not always a happy meeting whenever we see each other, but today I'm pleased to see you all again. You have made a great contribution with your commitment that we have made great headway. And that includes the classical subjects of the adult education centers. But again and again, new things are added. In Saxony, we talked a lot about digitalization in the past 2 or 3 years, but also about democratic education, which is a very important issue. I wish that this work will be further strengthened and that we at the federal level, at the state level and the municipal level, that adult education centers constitute a firm part of our society among registered associations. Carry on. Be assured that you can rely on the assistance of the politicians in this state. Democracy lives on quarreling with each other, on talking to each other. Adult education centers are a place of good talks where these disputes are supposed to take place. I wish you, for the preparation of the next steps of getting prepared for the next pandemic wave, that adult education centers, but also kindergartens, will not experience such a severe interruption again. I think we can justifiably say that that the preparations for the autumn are taken now, that wise decisions are taken, and that adult education centers play an important part in this endeavor. We have to make sure that the foundations of coexistence, the question how we settle conflicts among each other and how we organize our communities. Germany is torn. We help in a generous way the people in Ukraine. We have to do that. In the future, it is not a question of whether or not. It is that everyone is called on to take actions, and that the inflation is aggravating, causing great sorrows among the people. That includes myself as far as costs and social cohesion is concerned. I think the wish and the demands should be designed such that social cohesion is not jeopardized, that the work you are doing and so many others in this state, voluntary activists in the business world or wherever, have a chance. And the costs for the citizens must not rise incessantly. Democracy requires these steps badly, so that I really call you on, carry on with these conversations with us on costs, whether increasing costs are acceptable. By the end of the day, questions of inflation, rising costs will decide upon many chances of life, and also in the field of education. I wish you in Leipzig a wonderful time and good conversations. Once more, welcome again. 1 year ago, the Volkshochschule Leipzig was visited here after 100 years. This fantastic building speaks a fantastic language. It was important for the people at that time and today as well. We want to say that your work is very useful and valuable. Once more again, welcome.
Ups. Vielen, vielen Dank, Herr Ministerpräsident.
Thank you, Minister President, for your words and your invitation to enter into a dialogue. Let me add something about this hall. This is the former association hall of the Zoological Garden. It was opened in 1900. The hall was used for the first fair in 1900 and also for the adult education centers. The demand for the adult education centers was established in 1919. The structural work today is not less relevant 103 years later. Quite the contrary. Mayor Jung, we are obliged to the adult education centers, and you have really contributed greatly to their existence and their work. I'd like to thank you once again for your support to hold the Adult Education Conference in the city of Leipzig.
Ja, herzlich.
Thank you very much for the very warm welcome here, dear Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer, dear Mr. Michael Kretschmer, dear ladies and gentlemen. A Lord Mayor is usually paid to announce the positive aspects of his city. Bach, Mendelssohn, Schumann. Mendelssohn was born here, something people often forget. Even Angela Merkel worked on historical places such as Moritzbastei. I could talk to you about our people who collected artworks, or the first civic orchestra of the world, basically also the biggest and the most expensive. Or I could talk about the peaceful revolution in October 89, where more than 70,000 people gathered at the streets. And this is also why we are able to sit here today. But of course, I cannot come to the Adult Education Centers conference without talking about my own Volkshochschule. We've been working with our Volkshochschule for more than 100 years, and it's a great pleasure that finally this annual conference has come back to us here in Leipzig. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer. That was a very wise decision. There's probably no better place for conferencing than Leipzig. Well, that was just a short joke. Leipzig used to be a center for education, for democratization. We had initiatives for opening education services to all. We had the municipal book halls. We had the workers' movement, 1863. We celebrate the birth of social democracy, and 2 years before we had the first commercial Education Association 1861. Well, as a social democrat, I have to be proud about this. Of course, you'll understand what I mean. Those education associations of the workers were part of the industrialization efforts for democratizations for the poor worker class, and probably also a solution to the question of social justice. The self-organization of the oppressed workers have made these education centers for an important movement. We had the so-called Leipzig direction as an educational concept, which was developed in cooperation between reform pedagogues, local politicians, and young people from the labor movement and the local adult education centers. These centers were integrated into the labor movement. We had the so-called Volkshochschulheime, which were thought up by Gertrud Hermes from Leipzig. Here, workers lived together for a year, together with teaching staff, in a shared flat. And after the working day, they could study and further learn from each other, emancipate. Based on this idea, we can also build a bridge to what this is all about nowadays. Now you'll see that the pedagogue in me comes out. Lifelong learning, a basic idea of continuing education. Mrs. Karen Bauer, who supports us. The realization of lifelong learning is decisive for every single person looking for orientation, but also for the success of a society, for protecting employability, but also for social participation. And thanks to God, we are understanding that lifelong learning is something that doesn't stop once you are hired. It's a lifelong process, and Volkshochschule supports those processes to make sure that everyone is able to be empowered. Adult education centers have to be open and to be a place of exchange, of social integration, bringing different groups of society together, different nations, cultural backgrounds. And they have to be committed to the human being. They stand for human dignity, equal opportunities and justice also, and especially through education. Because education is the key that opens doors, the key to self-confidence, to self-determination. These offers are innovative, and they have to continuously grow and develop. Cultural education, language courses, health courses, social and creative education. It doesn't surprise me that all the services have to live up to the evaluation of those who use them. How can we make sure that we live sustainably? How do we design future mobility? How can we organize affordable living spaces? How do we keep pace with digitization? And how do we make sure to have the human being at the center of our work? Adult education centers have play a central role here. In the last years, I realized how we can build on adult education centers on site. When we struggled in 2015, when unfortunately, especially in Saxony, we lived an ongoing polarization of society. When we discussed the foundation of a mosque in Leipzig, and I was for the first time confronted with open and pure racism. And then I thought, where can we engage in dialogue? Well, at the Adult Education Center. What is the life West, so to say? And people encouraged me to engage in dialogue and to provide spaces for exchange and to provide a place where different attitudes can engage in discussion. We need those adult education centers. This form of institutionalized education to exchange with citizens, which is why Volkshochschule and adult education centers are an essential part of municipal self-administration. Thanks to the adult education centers, we have important tools for social political discussions, especially now in 2018, when we founded the Academy for Civic Rights, the Civil Rights Academy. 3 weeks ago, I made a decision to build a new Volkshochschule, modern and classic, in the heart of the city of Leipzig. And I love the idea to combine it with the music school. We'll build an adult education center and music school under one roof in the heart of Leipzig, because we are convinced that education needs a holistic approach. Now I could move on with the municipal library. Well, I'll leave it there. One last thought on internationality. We see that the democratic constitution and democratic order, the same as peace, is nothing that comes without efforts. Education is no guarantee for peace, but it's an essential condition, why I'm convinced that adult education centers play an important role here. We want to make sure that international guests can get informed about the current developments. We are also planning a project on international city partnerships under the umbrella of the Institute for International Cooperation of the German Association for Adult Education Centers. Our project partners come from our partner city, Kiev. Kiev and Leipzig has been a city partnership for more than 60 years. They committed to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, gender equality, climate protection, and, of course, to peace. Yes, adult education centers need political support, not only in welcome speeches. but also in reality. So I'm very delighted to have incorporated one paragraph on adult education centers in the coalition agreement. I'm not quite sure whether this has ever taken place. So you can count on our work at the German annual Days of Cities, Deutsche Städtetag. Then the current discussion on the liberation of VAT. Of course, those courses should not pay any sort of sales tax, no turnover tax for adult education centers. So we have to make sure that this is in harmony with European law. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. Thank you very much for being here with us today. I hope you'll also spend some money at our wonderful city center. They need your money, such as any city centers do these days. I hope you'll be back. If you didn't like it, write me. And if you liked, please do tell everyone about your experience in Leipzig. Thank you and a fruitful conference.
Thank you, Mayor Jung, for your great speech. Of course, we could talk about money, but let's be serious. You heard the deep sigh of relief among the audience. Well, now we are going to hear Sebastian again. Please join me on this stage. We're all looking forward to your next song. Well, what I think is interesting is that you have a special reference to the adult education centers. Yes, my wife is working at the Leipzig adult education centers. Because many intelligent things have been expressed. If I would have been told 10 or 20 years ago that the former CDU chairperson is my pre-band and that the CDU minister-president will also join me on the stage. Well, a good pre-band. Well, if that would have been said to me that I will be on the stage with CDU politicians and that they share the same opinion, I would have said, no way. And since the mayor is socialized in terms of the social democracy, and of course, the people who are in parliament today on the right extreme wing are the ones who want to abolish democracy. Actually, I wanted to play a different song, but of course the war in Ukraine must be mentioned. We are all helpless, we are all powerless, we don't know what to do. I question my own pacifistic attitude, which I always shared. I'm happy that I do not have any responsibility to decide something. Of course, we have to act in solidarity with these people, like with all other people everywhere in the world who are fleeing from war. So many people are on the move like at no time in history. I will play a song about this.
Kein Mensch hat Lust auf Ärger. Kein Mensch ist illegal. Mal so von Mensch zu Mensch. Wir sind doch international. Als kleiner Junge stand ich vor dem Globus und ich staunte, große, weite Welt, da will ich überall hin. New York, Rio und natürlich Tokio oder irgendwohin in die große, weite Welt, wo ich zu Hause bin. Und überall will ich willkommen sein. Kein Mensch hat Lust auf Ärger, kein Mensch ist illegal. Mal so von Mensch zu Mensch, wir sind doch international. Ich war unterwegs, hab sie mir angesehen, wunderschön, große, weite Welt, weit weg und doch so nah. New York City und natürlich Tokio. In Rio war ich leider bis jetzt noch nicht, das mache ich auch noch klar. Ich weiß genau, ich werd willkommen sein. Kein Mensch hat Lust auf Ärger, kein Mensch ist illegal. Mal so von Mensch zu Mensch, wir sind doch international. Komm vorbei, komm, ich zeig dir meine Stadt. Sei mein Gast, ich lad dich ein. Komm ruhig rein, mach's dir bequem. Es ist zwar nicht so wie in New York, Rio oder Tokio, doch ich freu mich so, dich hier zu sehen. Kein Mensch hat Lust auf Ärger. Kein Mensch ist illegal. Liebe Grüße aus Leipzig in Sachsen. Wir sind hier international.
Ich finde, das klingt fast wie eine Zugabe.
That sounds like an encore.
Oder?
Hätte ich ja nicht gedacht, dass ich den Saal hier heute so...
I would not have thought that I could rock up this hall. Well, nice audience today. The question is, of course, we should rather try to connect and to network. If I'm asked about my core message in the world, I love to quote the Beatles, who sang, "All you need is love." And a similar message sounds as follows.
Küssen und nicht hassen. Bleiben und nicht verlassen. Blickt nicht zurück im Zorn. Heut wird die Liebe neu geboren. Meine Nation sind die Liebenden auf der ganzen Welt. Grenzenlos. Meine Nation sind die Liebenden, die lieben auf der Welt. Sanftheit ist nicht gleich Dummheit, Liebe ist unsere Stärke. Rücksicht ist nicht gleich Schwäche. Weichheit ist unsere Härte. In uns lebt das Licht. Glück zu empfinden. Es ist ganz einfach. Wir brauchen nur die Kerze anzuzünden. Meine Nation sind die Liebenden auf der ganzen Welt. Grenzenlos. Meine Nation sind die Liebenden, die lieben auf der Welt. Ich träum davon, wie es wär. Ich glaub daran, das ist gar nicht schwer. Ich stell mir vor, das könnte es geben, dass alle Wesen in Liebe leben, die Liebenden. Meine Nation sind die Liebenden auf der ganzen Welt. Grenzenlos. Grenzenlos. Danke.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for having made it possible to be with us today. Your daughter has her birthday today, so thank you all the more so that you are today with us. We had the impression that, well, everyone was lighting up the event, but let us now turn back to serious topics, political demands. I'm happy to welcome the President, Mrs. Karrenbauer, and the Chairman, Mr. Rabanas, to present the demands of the Adult Education Centers again. Well, it's not easy. After so many speakers had the chance to follow, and after so many important things have been expressed, and after music symbolized the political messages, but I know from my own experience that, and we all agree, what is important and what it means to implement decisions to save the honor of all activists and politicians, I should say, it's not to do with a lack of will when difficulties crop up. And therefore it's important at the beginning of a new legislature, we should underline again what our shared goals are and what adult education centers are aspiring, not only in the interest of the people attending our courses. And a lot of intelligent things have been written down for me, but I think I can push it aside because so many important things have been said. Let me just add 3 remarks. Well, dear Mayor, thank you once again for having mentioned the topic of value-added tax. I suggest a deal. Couldn't we agree at the national level and at the level of the association that within the Ministry of Finance in the federal government we could clarify that there is no room for negative interpretation? The deal would be, as long as this continues, it would be nice if the Minister President, Michael, and in your capacity of the Mayor, if your treasurers and the other cities and municipalities should refer to the VHAS and should interpret the laws relating to adult education centers as effectively as possible. We have just been talking about democracy. Democracy means that it is made by people who are democrats and who shape democracy. They have to be capable and they have to be in a position to work for democracy. That's what we want to support in the adult education centers and offer opportunities to do so. Let me stress, because it is really getting on my nerves, the assessment that the VHS courses are mere matters of pastime and hobbies, including yoga, language courses, macrame courses, or you name it. They claiming this are absolutely arrogant. Not only with regard to the work and your achievements on the ground, but also with regard to all those who attend the courses. We have so many people who claim they know everything, and therefore I am thankful for all people who say, I would like to widen my horizon no matter where. This is the essence of education. That's what we want to support, and also the capability to take part in activities and democracy. But cohesion means in our adult education centers, if we say, well, this is a course to those who may not want to join these courses, but it means that each and everyone has to find one's place in the adult education centers. We know ourselves that much more needs to be done, and the question is whether we address the right persons, young people, old people, men and women. As Sebastian put it, from near or far, we have to improve ourselves, and we have to become more visible and to do more advertising. And one way to do so is our art and culture project, which from 16 to 20 hours will be opened and presented at the Augustusplatz Square, a historical venue in Leipzig. We are happy that we can use the Augustusplatz Square for this purpose and to meet representatives of local associations and initiatives, and the group of artists of Leipzig, cited to start this activity, and if the mayor can make sure that everything goes all right this afternoon, nothing would stand in the way that many of you and passers-by can attend that event. So this is a symbol we would like to send, a message and a sign in favor of adult education centers. We want to stand up and fight for this goal. And also behind the scenes, we want to carry on with talks, and we wanted to show what hopes and expectations we have. Markus Rabanus will tell us more about it. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer, Madam President. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once more again at the 15th Adult Education Congress. Well, we have experienced several highlights already. A musical highlight, thank you Sebastian Kronbigel for your great contribution. Highlights also from our two figures from Saxon politics who have made sure that they are firmly supporting the adult education centers. As a social democrat, allow me to say one highlight, dear Michael Kretschmer. You completed your speech with the words good luck, and this is a great symbol. I think it is important that we are in a position among democratic forces to work with one another and to check for the right options. This is what I experience in the bodies of the Association of German Education Centers. This is a value which we share, and this is the point. Of course, it has been said we live in a time of crisis. The federal president said it before, that many things have to be realigned and adjusted, but considering the global challenges, we must not forget all the other issues, and that includes especially what is written down in the coalition agreement. Indeed, it is for the first time that the coalition agreement also makes reference to the adult education centers in a dedicated chapter, and the coalition agreement offers many points we can build on. One central demand and challenges, of which I'd like to mention just some of them in the years to come. We see that continuing education is an important issue. It is a cross-section topic. That is why the world of adult education centers is an integral part of our system, not less of education, but it is an integral part of the popular education system. And we must make sure that, as it will be one of the challenges, that continuing education will be anchored in the system of international continuing education. We want that education remains affordable. This brings me back to the question of VAT. I think it is a great statement, Mayor Jung, that the municipal politicians support us, and I hope that this applies also to the state level, because we will be successful only together, that we will find a solution for the question of the value-added tax and adult education centers. The planning security means that we apply one national system instead of leaving things to mere interpretation. So that will be one of the central challenges, And of course, we also must make sure that the ways of development and the financial basis is sound enough. This brings me to the digital world and the challenges for continuing education in the field of digitization. We need an initiative of federal and state levels for continuing education. This is extremely important. The political declarations are good, they are well formulated in the coalition agreement, but this must be filled with life and supported with funds. The same applies to continuing education for a sustainable development. We support the National Action Plan for Education and Sustainable Development, that general continuing education is put in the focus of activities. The fourth point that I think is important, and the mayor mentioned it, is the question of international cooperation and continuing education in the international context. As at the board of the DVV, we are happy that we can welcome many international guests today, and that there is an international body who will also take the floor today. But I think it is important that this education mission in the field of development cooperation must be strengthened. Education at the federal level must be seen as one challenge of international development cooperation in the months to come. And finally, continuing education must be used to strengthen democracy. We welcome that the federal government has announced to launch the democracy support initiative, and we also expect not only that the Ministry of the Interior will see the 900 education centers as their partners and will table support regulations in order to fill the plans with life, that education centers are in a position to do what they are supposed to do. Well, in this spirit, I am delighted to share the 2 coming days with you, the 15th Adult Education Conference, which will strengthen us and which will be a strong signal at the federal level, at the state level, and also at the municipal level, a strong network of strong partners for education everywhere in this country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great feeling when you have a spearhead like this, an association that strengthens your back. Now, I have the unthankful task to announce that in this hall, the plenary meeting will take place at 4:30, but the one forum as well. The other forums will take place in other rooms. But now we will have a break. I wish you interesting talks, and you can enjoy your lunch. We'll be back again at 2:30.
wir es mal woanders. Genau, das geht ja auch.
Spiegel.
Nur aufpassen, dass ich sie nicht
Genau, dass man nicht gegenkickt.
umniete.
Soll ich Ihnen auch direkt was eingießen?
Das ist lieb, vielen Dank. Ich habe aber auch noch ein... Sie sich erstmal.
Das ist ja eher für die Psychologie, ne?
So, ich glaube... Herzlich willkommen. Ich glaube, alle...
A very warm welcome. I guess all of those who'd like to participate are already present, and those who'd like to attend can always join us later on. Please have a seat at this very beautiful hall. It's a pleasure to be here, not only in person, but also to have the opportunity to work in such beautiful facilities and places. There's still a few places left in the front rows if you'd like to sit closer to us and to the plenary. Very warm welcome. My name is Katja Weber, and I'm very pleased to have you here today with us. I hope those of you who've just joined us didn't get in the rain, and it's a pleasure to talk to you about the interface of digitization and ethics. Ethics in the digitalized societies is something that we face in our daily routine. Everything is linked to technology, no matter whether we ask something to Siri, if we use Alexa's playlist, or order something at Amazon, or like a certain digital content. Digitization is everywhere. On the other hand, we also face the rather negative impacts, such as the negative impacts, such as hate speech or autonomous driving. And shall we rather hit the old grandma when driving a car, or a small child? Ethics in digitization is everywhere, and I'd like to discuss these questions.
Ich bemühe mich, so viele Fragen wie möglich hier reinzubringen ins Plenum. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich alle schaffe, aber ich versuche, viel Platz dafür zu lassen. Und möchte Ihnen die Panelistinnen vorstellen.
I'd like to introduce to you our panelist, Marina Weisband, who's been in touch with us in terms of Ukraine and the invasion, the Russian invasion Ukraine, and she also works on social participation. Warm welcome to Münster. Welcome, Mrs. Weisband. Ronja von Rönne writes and also speaks as an author, blogger and journalist and host for Street Philosophy at Arte, and they often deal with questions. Well, I haven't found any episode that's really addressing our topic here today, but I think many of the topics are similar to the ones we discussed today. Then Aifa Rifi, head of the Grimme Academy in Mali, and she works on hate speech, disinformation, media competency, and just some information at this point. You will find the modules of Grimm Academy at the website of the German Adult Education Center's website. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Jessica Hessen. She works at the Institute for Ethics, the Center for Ethics at the University of Tübingen, and focuses on ethics and media and information technology. A very warm welcome to you too. Thanks for being here today. We'll talk about your core competence, so let's start with you. I'm not quite sure whether all of you actually know what ethics stands for. Is it moral or a theoretical part of moral, or is it justice? And then we even talk about digital ethics. So what is it all about? What is digital ethics all about? It's very difficult to define this term because it impacts all of different scientific areas in family, in communication, communication technology, and so on. So we raise ethic questions concerning different parts of society, and raising concrete questions in industry, for example, in robotics, and those questions are different from the ones in education, for example. There are ethical questions that come from interaction with information technology, be it a question of data protection or which decisions can be delegated to artificial intelligence. On the other hand, questions of communication that change because of digitization. Interaction with the machines or computers and with humans on the other hand. And then the question for how to act the right way. Then we have individual ethical questions, how to become a happy person, but then also questions that concern justice. We can go more into detail. Today we talk about ethics in the digital world, but also there's the digital ethic as such. Ethics in the digital world, first of all, ask which values we have in society. Technology is also linked, is always linked to social questions, because technology changes us as society, and the question how artificial intelligence system can be based on values. How can we design an industrial machine to make sure that humans still act in dignity? And then we have the question of how can I act responsibly as a human being, and just how can I decide for the right behavior to avoid hate speech in social media, for example, where we have individual decisions. Now we had the title of Ethics in the Digitalized Society, and I was wondering whether there is a change in value. What would be your answer here? Is this something that you are witnessing at the moment? Many would argue that we used to have a very value-oriented society, and all of a sudden facing a disruption because of digitization. But that's not the fact. We have values that always existed, like dignity, doing the right thing, and these topics now face a different level here, because as individuals we have witnessed more cascade effects. We can act or publish a content, and we don't really know what happens with this content in 3 weeks from here, because someone in a totally different cultural context interprets the content in a totally different manner. So our responsibility even grows to make sure that we act according to our value system. Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer already mentioned that in the big conceptions of ethics we can go back to our basic values, but the question is how we implement those, where we have to make sure that we get good solutions. So the ethical questions haven't changed in a digital world. I'd like to have a short survey here and a short question to you. Is there a change in values? Mrs. Weisband or Mrs. Rönne? There will be a change of values. Mrs. Van Rönne, what's your answer? Yes? Quite alone that new questions are raised means that we need new answers. Thank you for your response. I'm sort of in between. I think it depends on where you stand at workshops, when I work with students or with adults, and I ask the questions, shall we agree upon some foundations of or best practices of how to treat each other, and then usually good values are brought up. So I think we already have a good package of values, and go more into detail to see which values would we like to apply, where and when, and why or why not. And I think I wonder how many people who do hate speech actually wonder whether they shall submit a hate speech comment, ask themselves whether to do so or not. I doubt so. I think we have many values that are working out quite well, that open up new spaces, and on the other hand we have totally new topics and questions where we have to make sure that we have the new tools to respond to them. So it's a yes and no. So we covered different perspectives here. Yes, no, yes, maybe in the future. There are similar values that we have to implement in a different way. As Mrs. Weisband said, participation. We have to make sure that we enable participation with the tools that are provided to us. So we have to make sure that we shape technology in a way that it's beneficial. Thank you. Now, ethics in the digital world sounds sort of theoretical and abstract, but there are also practical cases in our daily lives that you may know. Mrs. Rönne, where do you experience ethics and those questions linked to it in your daily routine? In street philosophy, hate, ethics, moral are questions that play a role in many different areas, be it directly or whether I actually read the terms and conditions of a certain contract or not. So that's omnipresent, something that's underestimated.
Wir hören Sie noch. Ich hoffe, Sie uns
Sorry, do you still hear me? Yes. Something that's underestimated here is our behavior. Whom do I give a platform? Saying, do I only comment a certain content? Or Instagram, for example.
Podcasts informieren, das ist ein sehr plakatives Beispiel und beides hat seine Berechtigung. Aber ich glaube, durch das Konsumieren,
but because of the consumption of media and the reproduction of content, we may say an opinion or give a platform to someone without being aware of it.
Das ist natürlich, formt man da irgendwie eine Gesellschaft mit. Kann auch gar nicht anders. Das sind auch die Quellen, die ich mir anschaue. All das spielt eine Rolle.
Or which sources do I look at, for example? Mrs. Weisband, I'd like to quote an article that was published in Die Zeit 1 year ago. It starts with a sentence: when I go through Twitter best of Corona conspiracy theories and hate speech, I start thinking about the internet, which sounds like the post-analog world is less value-based. I think we used to be very enthusiastic about the internet being an internet as a breakthrough. Apologies from the interpreter, but unfortunately the sound feed, the original sound, is not transmitted to our headphones, which is why we have a huge echo, and it's a bit challenging here. Thank you for your understanding. I used to be very enthusiastic about the internet myself. Then I got disappointed, and I found that the internet, or the digital, is neither bad nor good, neither democratic or anti-democratic. It's just like an echo of what we think, what we do, and it facilitates surveillance, monitoring, it facilitates political aggression. So the question is less whether the internet undermines our values or whether values disappear, but the question is, which values are we talking about? We are consumers. We become more lonely, more individual, rather thinking more individually without thinking as a community. The internet, on the other hand, can also serve as a tool for more community-oriented behavior, and what we need is some sort of a second enlightenment to ask ourselves how we deal with the power of the internet and how do we want to shape this tool. Who is the owner of the hardware? Who's the owner of software? Which incentives do we have within the system? And within the debate of hate speech, we don't deal enough with those questions.
As the means to augment, to enlarge things, Mrs. Riffi, is that our impression,
fragwürdige oder negative Affekte
or
mehr als
is that
fördern?
focusing on the negative effects than the support of the general good? I think
Aber wieso? Wie kommt diese Unwucht rein? Der neutrale Verstärker
the
müsste ja das Gute
neutral
Wahre genauso groß und sichtbar machen.
enforcement should make things as visible.
Die Frage ist ja dann auch,
The
wer ist denn
question
eigentlich da
is,
aktiv im
who
Netz?
is active
Also
in the
wenn wir jetzt bei
net?
dem Thema Hasskommentare,
Let's talk about hate
Desinformation,
comments,
Falschnachrichten,
fake news,
Verschwörungserzählungen
and
sind,
conspiracy.
dann scheint es ja zu sein,
It
dass
seems to be
Leute, die
so that
Verschwörungserzählungen
the
für richtig und wichtig
people
halten,
who consider
mehr unterwegs
conspiracy
sind als
stories
die, die das
important
nicht für richtig und
are
wichtig
more
halten.
active in
Es
the
scheint
net.
ja so zu sein, dass bei bestimmten Artikeln,
That
bei
means
bestimmten Sachen in der
with
Kommentarspalte selten geschrieben
in
wird.
the
Vielen Dank
columns
für die tollen
in the
Artikel.
newspapers,
Ich habe das
they
sehr gerne
express
gelesen.
their gratitude
Scheinbar wird
for
lieber gerne was
things
anderes
they
geschrieben.
read.
Also insofern
So
ist das nur eine,
this
also
is
ein
but
Phänomen von ganz vielen.
one
Aber
of
das mal so
many
herausgepickt,
things which
dass
I've
wir natürlich
picked out.
irgendwie, es relativ klar ist, dass diejenigen,
So
die
it
sehr
is
laut sind, die
relatively
Mehrheit.
clear that those who are particularly loud
Es aber einem so
enjoy
vor, als
a
wenn alle
majority.
Leute nur Hassbotschaften.
But it creates the impression that all
Und
people
natürlich
are
ist die
dealing with
Diskussion gewesen,
hate comments.
oder das finde ich jetzt auch etwas, was man
I think
auch
that's
wirklich,
something
gut in einem Workshop mal
which
besprechen
could
kann.
be well
Ist,
discussed in a
das,
workshop,
was ich da schreibe, warum schreibe ich das, warum versende ich das, würde ich
to
das auch
ask
so
people,
nicht
why am I writing this?
Also
Why
das ist
am
ja
I
dieser Verstärker. Ich
transmitting
glaube
this?
nicht daran, dass,
I don't
wir
believe
keinen Hass mehr hätten im Netz,
that
wenn wir
there
die
wouldn't be any
Anonymität,
hate
verbieten würden.
anymore if we would ban
Wenn
it,
es vielleicht dazu führt, dass Leute
although
verschwinden,
it
aber
would
ich bin eigentlich dafür,
be
dass man auch
tempting.
anonym im Netz unterwegs sein kann.
I think it is
Also
good
es gibt
to
ganz viele Faktoren, die
use
dazu
the
führen,
net
dass,
freely.
dieses
So there
Netz,
are
von dem wir wirklich mal
many
gedacht haben,
factors
dass es,
of which
vielleicht eine ganz
we
tolle
thought they
Plattform
were
ist,
great platforms.
dass wir das beobachten müssen
We
und,
have to
da
be very
regulieren müssen. Und
observant
dann ist
and
die Frage,
attentive
wer reguliert wo
and
und
to
wer hat welche
discuss
Aufgaben, das
who
zu regulieren.
has to
Das
fill
da
which
kommen wir vielleicht
role.
gleich noch zu.
Und nochmal zur Frage der Anonymisierung.
And
Tatsächlich
as far as
schicken ja Hater
anonymous
auch im Sinne
news
von,
is
das ist mein
concerned,
Grundrecht und das ist meine Meinungsfreiheit, mit
it is a
Adresse
matter of freedom
sind da
of
relativ
expression.
Jetzt haben Sie, Frau
Now,
von Rönne, gerade
was
die
is
AGBs
von
angesprochen,
Rönne,
Lieblingsbeispiel aus meinem Leben. Ich weiß nie,
you
welcher Schweinerei
mentioned
hast du da jetzt gerade zugestimmt und wenn ich es gelesen habe, bin ich mir nicht sicher,
that you
habe ich
have
es richtig verstanden.
agreed,
Ist es
and
zu kompliziert
is it
Frau
too
Hesen, sich
complicated
online ethisch oder vielleicht können wir ja sogar auch
to
einfach
read
sagen,
online
angemessen zu
messages?
verhalten? Also wird uns das schwer gemacht? Weil eigentlich
Is it
wollen wir es ja
too
verstehen.
hard for us?
Na gut, kommt immer auf die einzelnen
It
Gebiete an. Also wenn die
always
AGBs betreffen
depends.
ja jetzt vor allen Dingen Ihre Privatheitseinstellung, Ihre
Well,
Datenschutzeinstellung. Das ist ja
when it comes to
erstmal
your
was,
data,
womit Sie sich selber
your
schützen
private data,
wollen. Das
which
ist
you
aber
are
was
supposed to
anderes, als wenn Sie sich
protect
jetzt fragen,
yourself.
Hate Speech. Aber insgesamt beobachte ich eben
And
auch, dass das Individuum
we can also
häufig überfordert
observe
ist,
that
überall im
individuals
Internet
are
sich auffällt
sometimes
und wir irgendwie denken, das ist
overtaxed
wir
or
können das so laufen lassen und das Individuum alles
they
selbst
don't
entscheiden
know
lassen und dabei wird es andauernd
what to do.
überfordert. Das
So
sieht man natürlich bei den AGBs,
this is a
wo die
bit
großen
too much for
Plattformbetreiber allerdings
some
auch,
or many.
uns Dinge vorgeben, die sie gar nicht so machen
So
sollten oder das sollte eigentlich
some
alles
things
verständlich
should
sein.
be
In Zukunft wird es
clearly
vielleicht auch eine KI
enough,
geben, die entscheidet,
and there should
ob,
be
gemäß
an
unserer
AI
Voreinstellungen, also ob jetzt bestimmte Dinge
and a
akzeptiert werden oder
pre-setting
nicht. Aber wir haben es
opportunity.
generell im Moment noch, dass die großen
In
Plattformen
general, the
sehr,
big
sehr frei agieren
platforms
können.
can act
Wir
freely,
als Individuen immer ein bisschen schauen,
and we
wo
have
wir,
to
bleiben bei der ganzen
check
Angelegenheit. Also
who
spricht man viel von Medienmündigkeit, aber das ist häufig eine Ausrede dafür für unzureichende
acts in line
Regulierung. So
with the
hört sich dann immer so ein
regulations.
bisschen technokratisch an, aber wenn es um Regulierung
It sounds
geht, zumindest in meinem
technocratic,
Verständnis
but
geht es tatsächlich
in my
darum, Technologien
opinion,
an bestimmten Werten
it is
auszurichten.
important
Das
to
müssen wir natürlich schauen, wie das jetzt mit dem Digital Service
mind
Act ist,
the
der
values and
in der EU
who
jetzt also
in the
abgestimmt wurde, letztendlich
EU
positiv verabschiedet wurde.
has
Ein Gesetz über
reached
digitale
agreements
Dienste, das
and
uns als Bürgerinnen und
laws
Bürgern sehr stark helfen
for
wird,
the
uns im
citizens
Internet in der guten
in
Weise
order
zu
to
orientieren.
get along in the
Ich würde
internet.
tatsächlich das Privacy-Paradox gerne
Ah,
nochmal
I'd like to
an Sie spielen, Frau
come back to
Weißmann.
the
Also diese Tatsache, dass
service paradox.
wir oder viele von uns hohe
Many of
Standards
us
eigentlich haben an unserem
have high
Datenschutz,
data
den aber nicht
protection
leben, sondern
expectations,
eben hier
but
klicken, da liken, damit jede Menge
you
Informationen
will
über uns
sometimes
rausgehen,
like in
aber
order
natürlich,
to
Frau
issue
Hesen sprach
a
die
host of information
Möglichkeiten
about
von KI schon an,
ourselves,
damit sogar
but
Vorhersagen über
you
Menschen ermöglichen, die gar nichts mit uns zu tun haben, was
then
natürlich auch,
invite
ein moralisch
people with whom
fragwürdiges
you
Verhalten
don't
ist.
want to
Es ist
deal
immer ein bisschen
actually.
schwierig, ein Paradoxon zu
So
erklären, aber
this,
vielleicht
can you
ist es
explain this
trotzdem, wie
paradoxon?
kommt das zusammen?
How does it go together?
Ich finde das gar nicht so schwierig zu erklären,
I think that's not
weil
difficult
es
to
eben nicht
explain,
eine Art Superwert ist,
because
den man
it
nimmt,
is
sondern wir
a
haben schon immer Privacy aufgegeben,
kind of
um
a
andere Dinge zu erreichen.
super value.
Jedes Mal, wenn ich jemanden kennenlerne,
Whenever
gebe ich persönliche Daten
I
preis. Zum
get to know
Beispiel
somebody,
stelle ich mich vor,
I surrender certain data about myself,
von mir preis, wie meine Schwächen, das Innerste meiner
my
Seele,
weaknesses,
und das ist ein
and
Trade, den ich mache.
it's a kind of a trade. The question is, with whom do you trade? We have a new type of data processing. Most of the people are not able to do that. Data protection involves the illusion of a consensus. Because you allow certain data to be revealed, even though nobody can tell me how far it is migrating. And in principle, it is a matter of consumers. My problem is that the performance is done well, and to do more in terms of assuming more responsibility, to act against hate. It's a matter of public jurisdiction. We surrender many more information to private entrepreneurs. My question is not that much whether you fulfill your personal responsibility. When did we decide? Well, the interpreter apologizes. The sound is very poor. We hardly cannot offer a translation. I'll give you just an opportunity to rest for a moment. What I understood from you, Mrs. Weisband, the structures which you use opens up a huge question. Do we need a different network? Do we need, how can we get the values into the net? Well, what Mrs. Weisband said is certainly important. When we want to participate in public life, it depends on how we use Facebook or Instagram or I know many journalists, female journalists, who do not like to surrender too many news about themselves. Do we need a different net? Yes, we would need a different net for so many things, but I think it is an illusion. So the power is simply too big, Mr. Zuckerberg, and the very moment when you cannot decide yourself, when you think of Google and Facebook, it functions only when everybody follows this regulation. That is difficult, of course. We need a Germany-wide or an EU-wide regulation that everybody has to obey to. For example, when you have to do the same at the social level, everybody had to come together in order to agree what do we permit and what do we not allow. Well, you have to have the will, which is only possible when you notice negative consequences and when you feel them personally. And so far, things are too vague and threatening at the digital horizon. I think that until then, things will not improve. I think it is not sufficient as a decisive argument to bring about a technical revolution on a global scale, but these factors are disturbing. I think these digital practices can be offended in the conventional way. Well, when it comes to a legal basis, well, this. Let me come back to Mrs. Weisband. Or
kommt von Stefan Rinke. Sie können übrigens gern weiter Fragen stellen. Und wenn Sie die adressieren möchten an eine Panelistin, machen Sie
when
das
you
ganz
accept
gerne.
this, you do not know exactly who to ask this question. Well, it depends on the number of people.
Die am Knöpfchen drehen, wir Guten müssen mitdrehen.
The
Ich verstehe den Impuls, aber wie
good ones have to act first. How do we get a powerful position? Let me try to answer. My line is not of the best quality. Well, I think the organization matters. That's decisive. I'm the chairman of the association with the largest number of members, be it ECC or the German Society for Freedom Rights. Are many civilian players who address exactly these topics and fight them. And one political goal we are fighting for is the obligation to act in line with interoperability. That means platforms must be forced. If something is posted on Facebook, people from other platforms can read it. And you can then read what they are writing. As a result, it would affect those networks Mrs. Solm has described wouldn't exist any longer and are not gathering around these monopolistic big platforms, but the smaller ones can communicate with one another. And the second step would be to set up a new platform which belongs to the users on a cooperative basis, controlled by the state, not by a profit-oriented company, but they would have the potential of a democratic organization. Well, Mrs. von Rönne asked when they are in. It's difficult to say. Please join the newly created cooperative. Well, that would not be necessary with the interoperability. All using Instagram could read these contributions and could post this. The platforms would not be enclosed anymore. Well, posting, they could benefit from this platform. So if you have a focus on your family, Facebook or Twitter, let me raise another aspect. We are told to exchange arguments. Where and how is this practiced in a digitized world? Where can we look in order to know what can be done now? Well, as we have just heard, there are excellent NGOs with excellent concepts, like the public sector internet. Of course, we see on a worldwide scale that digitization has many advantages to offer. All the great chances offered by the internet as far as the procurement of information. I'm always fascinated when I see what I can find, with who people I can communicate, what original documents we can read. That is very important for journalists. Excellent research opportunities on networking or administrative advantages. We are in a process of transformation, be it good or bad, but there are excellent opportunities like finding out where the issue pinches, where people are disadvantaged, or what people are discriminated against due to algorithms. How this is implemented is the question. So there are really great things. Or if you think of artificial intelligence and sustainability, what can be done in order to save fertilizers on the fields, what machines can kill wheat autonomously without a driver, and what drones can do. So there are countless good examples. Nevertheless, I'd like to stress this idea, claiming that the digitization blocks many things is not true. It depends on one's own logic of social media. So these are different categories that must be evaluated differently. We sometimes talk about social media in general terms, but if we want to know what digitization can really produce positively, we have to talk in a wider context. There are great campaigns to accumulate knowledge in poor countries in order to improve school education. Of course, it always has pros and cons, but we have to be patient and persistent. Well, are we talking about complaining and lamenting? Well, is that lamenting and whining? Well, when you talk about things that interest you, well, or about anonymous examples, I think it is important that, as we say in workshops, we'll get the internet. In the Grimme Institute, we award TV prizes. We believe these are great things. They always appreciate this, but we do not close our eyes from critical phenomena. I think what's important is that we have to identify problems, where to tackle, where do we have to act in order to know or develop strategies, and you cannot simply tell somebody to regulate platforms. That's the job of others. That's the state, or it could be cannot tell somebody to peer to the police forces. So we always have to check who has what responsibility. And what we might do in addition is, when these tasks have been identified, is to check and verify whether they have done their jobs. There are many media stations that follow what has been done well, or when it comes to hate speech, for example, what has been deleted. And here we have things that are reported, but also we need the institutions that are behind these violations. And when you come back, well, what Mr. Böhme saw after he came back from the summer break was a bit embarrassing, but I think it showed that we are very good when it comes to identifying problems and distributing jobs, but then it has to be done if you use ordinary procedures in cooperation with the state or users. They have different jobs to fulfill. That shows that there are many people who take over these jobs and make sure that there are good contributions. In the net, there are services, groups manage that there are no hate comments on their sites. So that's something people can ensure without a governmental responsibility. And this really works, but it will only work when people accept their jobs instead of saying, well, this is too troublesome. Well, this brings us to what you wanted to address, disinformation, hate speech, how to deal with it. And Jochen Brehm wrote, radicalization is always a problem of winning followers. Postings always have to become more and more radical. So the logic of platforms is that the state polarizes. That's followed by many exclamation marks. In the logic of the platform, this functions well. Of course, this is what you've said is a method as to how to deal with it. Mrs. Weisbahn said that we need a different systematic approach or a different logic instead of bringing things to the surface, and that you have to moderate and to protect yourself.
Well, it's a thin line. You're in an environment where you're forced to follow a certain logic. Well, first of all, you have to know the logic. Many people know it, but many don't. So we have to spread the word and raise awareness. I'm not very confident that Mr. Zuckerberg is interested in that, but I'm confident that others are interested in changing the dynamics. But you have to be aware that if you want to move towards a certain direction, not all of the people will follow. So some of us may find a way to move towards a change, but on the other hand, we have providers like from Telegram who are not very easy to find, and I cannot count on them. And if they'll say, well, that's just the way we work at Telegram, there's not a lot I can do about it. But there's no good reason for being at Telegram. Well, this probably depends on the country you live at. Now, this was a comment from the German perspective, of course, because there are alternatives. I just quoted Mrs. Weisband, what you're confronted with. This quote was 1 year ago, and as from your recent speeches, I think things don't really change. How do you react upon hate speech? Do you block or do you react upon them? And well, reacting usually doesn't work. So I usually block them because many of these hate authors follow a certain political goal. Some of them are coordinated and very interconnected, so they want to make sure that you're afraid of expressing your opinion freely, and they're a tool of a political approach, be it in the conflict of Ukraine. And as soon as I engage in discussion with them, all I get is making sure that they'll get more followers, more visibility, and more engagement on their platform. And I will not enlighten them. They're not trying to give any sort of constructive feedback. So all I do is block those people, many of them, and on the other hand, there are people who criticize me, which is perfectly fine as long as it's not offensive and constructive. Some people, they even coordinate to attack a certain tweet. So this is how I react. And then it's not only media skills, but the feeling of losing control is something that we have to fight against. Because it often makes us feel impotent, it makes us feel powerless, helpless. So in the context of the pandemic, for example, I try to engage in discussion with family members, with friends, asking them what concerns you, what makes you feel that you're losing control. And this is the best prevention against populism and extremism. What I heard is that you've become resilient and you gained a thick skin, if you want to put it that way. How resilient are you? Well, unfortunately, the so-called shitstorms have become a very common thing. And as Mrs. Weismann already mentioned, the only solution is to block those. I had 2 stalkers in my life, and I react the same way as I react online. I just forward everything to authorities, and there's not a lot you can do about it. We can report those cases. And something else I try to do is that I don't really take hate very seriously. As long as it concerns people, I wouldn't spend my birthday with people I don't really know in person, because it's all about destruction. And only in few cases we are really talking about an opinion. In the last years on my channel, I've grown a very beautiful community, if you want to put it like that. Because I talk very freely about my depression, about my hospitalization. No one denounced me or disqualified me as the insane. And as hate amplifies within the internet, it's the same thing that happens to positive news. So for every negative comment, I probably need 10 positive ones to feel good again. This is something that's not quite true anymore. I've grown a thick skin too, but positive things grow positive things. So some online users may laugh about stupid comments online, but don't really have a life in the real world. So that's tragic, but it's the way it is. You have to accept it. And it's also important to raise awareness on media skills, knowing how to defend yourself, when does it make sense to block someone or not. So the initiatives that you talked about were how to limit the damages. You developed a tool box for hate speech, but is there anything we can do preventively, or do we only want to limit the damages? It depends on which level we are talking about. For the German Adult Education Center Association, we've gathered a material where, together with adult and young students, we talk about tools on how to fight against hate speech. We have to accept that those phenomena are not very young. The average hate speech commenter is much older than someone going to school, let's say. And of course we try to work with those students before they become victims of hate speech. When we work with them, we try to focus on those things. We also differentiate between hate speakers and cyber mobbing. Someone writing a hate speech comment in Baden-Württemberg, for example, to someone who doesn't even know the other person, is something that rather happens between adults. And from a preventive perspective, you can make sure that we'll reduce hate speech comments when choosing platforms wisely. Because sometimes when I see that comments are already quite civilized on a certain platform, I'll probably think twice before writing a hate speech comment. On the other hand, when I already see that there are a lot of hate speech comments below a certain online content, I'm probably more likely to say something stupid. There are strategies that we can teach, such as Mrs. Weisbrand says. There's a difference between being a journalist or politician, an expert in media. I'm not saying that it's a positive thing, but these are professions that probably sort of need a thick skin. But of course it's also important to limit those dynamics. Now those professions can also give advice to others who don't have the expertise yet and don't really know how to react on such comments. My sister, for example, she is a primary school teacher, and when they started introducing mandatory face masks, there she received offenses, or she received attacks that she had to report to the Attorney of State. So there are also professions that are not really prepared for such incidents. I'm not trying to say that this is not a real issue, but you know what I'm talking about. Some of the comments here ask what Volkshochschule does to give coping or facilitate coping strategies in this area. Which ethical questions are raised within artificial, or what we call artificial intelligence? It's a so-called backbone of digitization. So there are ethical codes in terms of loss of transparency, how AI, for example, gets certain results, and also responsibility, accountability, algorithm and algorithm-based decision-making. Wondering how we as human beings can impact results that are based on algorithms. And then talking about the details. What about training quality? AI is depends on data. So the question is whether you have enough data without discrimination, where we have proposal for regulation from the European Commission. So we have to look very closely to make sure that those AI applications really serve the human being. As we mentioned, the example of the car who's meant to decide whether to hit a grandma or a small child. But don't worry, in Germany, some of the associations, like the German TÜV, the inspection company for cars, would make sure that such incidents don't really occur. Now we'd like to talk about the role that the Volkshochschule plays within this context. We prepared 3 statements, and you'll get the chance to select black or white.
I feel controlled by outside forces, by algorithms, yes or no. Would you please vote? Next statement. When my data are given away, it's up to yourself, it's your own responsibility. And how I deal with my data gives me a bad conscience. Yes or no, please. I think as time goes by, we will see the result. Let's continue with the question of the responsibility. Who is responsible for the absence or presence of digital ethics? We mentioned Mark Zuckerberg. Is this Microsoft? Is this Apple? Or what is it? Is it us ourselves who use these infrastructures and these services in our everyday life? As always in life, we feel all these factors at the same time. But in my opinion, and I should claim that can be substantiated scientifically, it's the proper framework that has to be provided, that needs to as we discussed today, there are the big platform providers forming our society, and that means we have to change this situation. We have to create new organizations that work in favor of the common good. It's not like sitting like the rabbit before the snake and not knowing what to do. And of course, each of us has to ask oneself what can be done. What can be done? But I should underline that in every sector of life in Germany where we live a good life, questions differ depending on values. Or think of food, the food quality, or slaughtering practices, or other things. Here sometimes you are against for a justified reason because it has something to do with your idea of freedom and freedom of expression. The big digital platforms, of course, serve the public communication, promising freedom, but they interpret it in such a way that they would not allow any form of regulation. This is a kind of a goal conflict. In democracy, the public is the most important thing society has in order to talk to oneself, if you will. So here we must not allow private actors and commenters to enter. Here we have to ask questions of media responsibility and the questions of adult training centers. We must not leave the individual alone with this host of technologies. Although you say this, I would like us to respond by yes or no. How to deal with one's data? Does it give me a bad conscience? What about an ethical expert? How I deal with my data myself? Well, I'd say that I have an over-average presetting, but of course, when it comes to fast information, it's clear I put my tick everywhere, which gives me a bad conscience. Well, this then gives rise to the question that the policymakers should act. We have mentioned the EU level, the DSG, the various debates. Would you say that if you could decide yourself that everyone is living up to one's responsibility? Well, I'm against talking about the media. I don't know whether I'm the proper expert to answer this question. I would like to find an excuse to say there are many people who are about to make good things, but there is room for improvement. So perhaps we can come to a compromise and say it depends on the speed. So you did not want to add anything, did you? No, because this question is enough for me. Okay. Mrs. von Reune, I'd like to ask you as a consumer or a user, what could be done by each individual? Well, optimizing pre-settings, that's what I've heard from your answer. That's what you can do at your home computer. What may not make things so easy, or which does not give me a good feeling to deal with the internet as regards my private net behavior. Well, I hope I'm not disappointing. Of course, it's to do with your self-responsibility, which can't be denied. But unfortunately, I'm one of the end users who has always a guilty conscience. I have forgotten something or have done something wrong. And so insofar you are right. well, a question about the adult education centers. I think it is difficult to distinguish what bloggers do, what media do. I think, nevertheless, it is a drop in the sea what we're doing. I cannot really explain what it means when I say I've got a bad feeling, but it depends on a European-wide resolution. I would be happy to see a good knowledge to know where things come from and to check twice what people are acting in my Instagram. Otherwise, hoping is little. You have to act, and it's a bit strenuous. Let's talk about acting. The question, how can a awareness raising, as Mrs. Weisband has suggested, be encouraged? What contribution can be made by the Adult Education Center? I feel controlled by outside of forces in my actions. It's 42%, and the second, awareness. Secondly, awareness and the role of the adult education centers. Well, it involves two factors. The first factor is the platforms and how they are regulated. The framework we discussed depends on... I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think the answer is too interesting. The sound quality is very poor. I see people are not hearing you. Perhaps you can start again. I think there are two factors. Number one, it's the framework and the digital sphere. Here we live in line with definite values, that is, capitalist values. Who earns money is right. That is a problematic value when it comes to the arrangement of the common good is concerned. So it's at the political level, one should focus on the common good. As regards social levels, the internet must not be understood as a cultural asset, but as a tool for the community. And that means to use it to strengthen the community. We want to use it for the community, to make it part of a creator and to assume responsibility for oneself and others. And the central locations like the community, the kindergarten, the school, VHSs, all our spaces of life where others are also included is a place which I have thought of. Imagine where you used to have the Karstadt supermarket, which was to be the center of our cities, has now become an open cafe where you are almost in when you pass by. And next to it you would find an education center and a library, open spaces for all, for media, and where you can find material, videos and books, computers and studios for YouTube makers, 3D printers and trained educationists to satisfy your own curiosity, or where systematic courses are offered, and where you find opportunities to do joint projects. And this public space, this place where people can come to because they want to learn something, because they can teach each other something, where senior citizens can learn to operate certain devices, or what they could teach other people. These will be the places where community is born. That is a value in itself. If the value of the internet is discussed, then we have to bring values back to us, because we have become isolated, we are lonely, and that is the place where self-efficacy can be learned, where the regulations, where we can be involved in the regulations, where we take joint decisions, and where we get responsibility and learn to assume responsibility. Well, what you have described is like a democratic mega space, exactly, where democracy is processed in all its forms you have described. You also talked about you mentioned the seniors. Yesterday I talked to pharmacists. Now we will soon have the e-prescription. The pharmacist told me it would not be to any avail, but she said that those people who need it most in pharmacies are elderly people, are completely excluded. That is the generation. It is important for the generation in 20 to 30 years' time, but not for the people who are old now. And there is a big hole. And here in workshops and schools we do quite a lot, but also in associations and adult education courses. Where can this participation library or cafe or VHS concept Mrs. Weisband has developed can be brought to those people who do definitely need it? Well, that is an interesting question. I think this house, this venue is a great idea. I do believe in it, but in actual fact, I just did a research project on fragmented publicity. Of course, in the past we said, when we organized a party, a real great party, people will definitely come when catering is offered and so on. But today, we say we have to make an effort to invite good speakers and participants. So that means to get the people to come, to tell the people that there is a place you can come to, and that offers something is the difficulty. And it's needless to tell you, who works at an adult education center knows much better what it means. There are great services and offers, but they are not sometimes not used for those for whom they are designed. Therefore, we need some training to know what options and paths can be embarked on. I think here we have to learn and need people who have good visions and ideas. It's not always the same great people. And to come back to your example, there are elderly people who are interested in media and digital tools, who do attend these courses, but perhaps we have to go to the places where they live. I think that it's always great to see so many nice, beautiful projects at schools. Pupils go to old people's homes and organize courses of them, or they meet in order to talk to each other. To reach these people is a big challenge. As long as we do not reach them, we should continue doing good things with the people who are there, but we should not forget this fact. I think this is described in form of a question. Is it too much for some people in the internet? How do you see it? Many people are not taken on board of digitization. this discussion is not reaching them because this building is not on their path. So what would you say, Mrs. Heben? Let us organize it in an open round. How do you manage to awaken the interest among those people? Well, you have just addressed me. It's great what Mrs. Weisband said. That would be my vision too, a kind of a unified VHS or libraries where people can come to and where everything is visible, but it is in general only few people are committed to do something for the community. I therefore should underline that they should not that digitalization does not exist in separation from the rest of the world, but in the internet you have the so-called 1% regulation. That means there is just a low proportion of internet users who are active at all, and all the others, most of them are active in one way or the other, or just watch and use the internet for shopping and to check what's going on in Instagram. So we have to remember that as far as conventional media is concerned, the question is who used citizen TV as it was offered in the 70s. I think the kind of activating potential should be remembered to do everything for adult education training. If you want to change something, you should become active yourself. This is the notion. So by watching, nothing will change. Of course, we have to criticize ourselves and do things within our own context. Well, what you have just said refers to a municipal context. That's the place where people live and where they move. Let me come back to the question of Christoph Handel. That was your question, Mrs. Hesen. The purpose of local communication, which of these examples was a great success? Perhaps you are aware of a special model. Well, I'm aware of models about neighborhood management supported by corresponding software solutions. Neighborhood apps, some of you may know, or municipal players like means for crime prevention. So there are great stories of participation and co-determination, and media schools, pupils produce their own videos about their own city, or, for example, what Amsterdam does, or the citizens of Amsterdam, where they can decide upon digital means themselves, what money is to be spent on what project. These are really things I appreciate and which do exist, and I wish to have more of them. Well, now the other question was, Mrs. was asking, let's assume that everything is working well and that the cafe where the Karstadt supermarket was found in the past works, and if the people who do not know about it or who are not having the impression that they are not, that this is not a solution for them, how do you invite them? How do you organize a PR campaign to convince them in the net?
Would you like to start? With pleasure. I am deeply convinced that the human being soaks up any information that seems beneficial. So first of all, we should explain what we offer, which services, and we need a close cooperation with all the different institutions involved, be it the youth center, the church, the local games club. So we should reach out to those institutions that people already trust, invite people to go there. And many of us, sorry to interrupt you, but the connection wasn't the best. So your contribution was a bit interrupted. Maybe Mrs. Renne can jump in for the moment.
Wir können das Ganze professionalisieren, Marina, dass ich immer deine Gedanken zu Ende denke.
We should professionalize this, and I'll just follow up on your thoughts. People like to learn. I was taught at a Montessori school, so I'm firmly convinced that someone is always prone to learn. But then we have the inhibition factors. Let's think about the gym, for example. Someone may feel embarrassed to go there.
Zu einem solchen Ort, einer solchen Begegnungsstätte, das würde was bringen. Denn ähnlich bei der Volkshochschule.
Now talking about Volkshochschule, often additional qualifications will serve you in other fields. So our generation should be reached out to in digital spaces, and maybe we could offer exchange in digital spaces too. Many students don't really go to university anymore, even now that they're free to go there, because our generation is already used to following all the contents remotely from their home. So we should address those people and facilitate online spaces to them. Some of them don't get engaged because they may be intimidated, they may be afraid. This is something that would help me, for example. Now, wrapping up, I'd like to ask you to thinking back to today, if we were in 2035 and had bought an build up, not bought, if we had built a non-profit oriented ethical society, which decisions that we build this society on. And as we are running a bit late, I'd like you to get right to the point. Thank you.
Demokratiefördergesetz.
An act to promote democracy, public internet. Mrs. von Rönne, to design community spaces online and offline in a similar way. I'm sorry, I'm still with the last point. I think it's great to try and aim at all the different goals that we mentioned. At the moment, we do not reach out to many people. So the pandemic shows that digital spaces open up a lot of new doors. But many people are not interested in what we just discussed at all. But these people are incredibly important for us to reach certain goals. And we really have to work on that. I think that was a great compliment to what we just discussed. So thank you very much for your interesting contribution, for your expertise, and for your questions. And many thanks to you who listened to us, who raised questions. Now, for those of you who think I've already finished, on our website you'll find a toolkit for media competency and hate speech, which you may adapt and use within your courses, let's say for the local association, and many more links and programs. You'll also find an application.
Und ich glaube, wir waren heute tatsächlich vielleicht auch schon ein bisschen praktischer unterwegs, als
der
Titel das womöglich hat vermuten lassen.
Morgen
werden wir die
practice-oriented
Digitalisierung noch mal
today already, and tomorrow we will talk about local and municipal implications of digitization. We'll talk about the digital community, smart, interconnected and fair, and then adult education in crisis regions. Also, I'd like to point out an act of the audience between 4 and 8 p.m. taking place at Augustusplatz at Leipzig City Center. Now, those of you who'd like to listen to our today's discussion again, or who'd like to forward the event to colleagues, you'll find it online. Thank you very much for your patience.
Ja, tatsächlich habe ich auch auf meinem Tablet rumgewühlt und habe sie nicht gefunden, deswegen dachte ich, gehe ich noch Charlotte drüber hinweg, aber Sie richten den Spot nochmal drauf. Also hier gibt es nochmal den Wunsch, die Umfrageergebnisse zu sehen, und damit würde ich Sie dann hoffentlich in einen sehr produktiven Nachmittag entlassen. Vielen Dank.
See the results of the survey that we conducted, and we just displayed it here. Thank you very much for your attention.
I got more than just words. I got more than just words. You bring me songs sweet like the birds. So I got more than just words. I got peace in my mind. I got peace in my mind. Knowing that we've got the ties that bind gives me peace in my mind. The lights are so much brighter. The colors so much deeper. I got joy in my soul. I got joy in my soul. The fact that you're half of what's making me whole puts a little joy in my soul. I got love in my heart. I got love in my heart. The promise that no man can tear us apart puts a lot of love in my heart. The lights are so much brighter. The colors so much deeper. I got more I can give, so much more I can give. 'Cause you pour and pour
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, es ist mir eine große Ehre.
It's
Jetzt. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ich darf
Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take a seat?
Andrang fürs Forum. Hier sind noch Plätze.
There's
Bitte Platz nehmen.
huge demand for the forum, but we still have places left. Please take a seat, make
Auf der
space.
Seite ist noch Platz,
On
sonst
this
gibt der
end,
Saal.
there's still places left.
So.
All right.
Bitte alle noch mal zügig Platz nehmen, damit
Please
wir mit der Veranstaltung
seat.
beginnen können.
Take a seat so we can start with
Vielen herzlichen
the
Dank.
event.
Auch
Thank
an
you very
diejenigen in
much
der Wandelhalle.
to all of you
Dankeschön.
at Wandelhalle.
Ja, meine sehr geehrten Damen
Ladies
und Herren,
and gentlemen,
heute Morgen haben wir ja schon
this morning
vieles gehört vom
we already
Volkshochschulverband.
listened
Unter anderem, dass wir
many
dreidimensional
contributions
sind.
from
Lokal,
Volkshochschule. We are
auf der nationalen
three-dimensional,
Ebene,
locally,
aber eben
nationally,
auch
but also
international. Der
internationally.
DVV agiert in seinen
DVV
Landesverbänden, mit
acts
seinen
in
Landesverbänden
the association
und
within
Volkshochschulen
the
überall in
different
Deutschland.
Länder and
Aber eben nicht nur
the
dort.
adult education
engagiert
centers
sich
within
über
Germany, but not
DVV
only there,
international,
via
auch in
DVV
über
International,
30
we are
weiteren
also
Ländern weltweit.
engaged in
deutschen
more than 30
Volkshochschulen
countries
sind
worldwide,
immer
and
mehr
also
mit
German
internationalen
adult
Fragestellungen,
education
mit
centers are
internationalen
more and more involved in
Herausforderungen
international
ihrer
issues,
alltäglichen
challenges,
Arbeit
and so
konfrontieren.
on in their
Sei
daily
es,
work,
dass
be it
Herausforderungen, die Nachhaltigkeit,
challenges in terms of
Klimawandel,
sustainability,
gesellschaftlicher Zusammenhalt
climate
in
change,
Europa und der
social
Welt,
cohesion in
politische
Europe and
Schlagzeilen, wie
worldwide,
wir sie jeden
and
Tag konsumieren
political news,
Fragen,
the way we consume them,
die Notwendigkeit von Erklärungen von
questions,
Fakten auslösen, die viele
fact-checking,
Bürgerinnen und Bürger, die viele Menschen gerade in den Volkshochschulen suchen. Oder
and
sei es, dass
answers
wir
to the
nach dem Krieg und
current
mit dem Krieg in
questions, and with the war in
mit den
Syria,
Flüchtlingen aus Syrien
with the refugees
zu tun
coming from
hatten
Syria,
und
where
ja
we
bis heute uns engagieren,
dealt
diese Menschen
with
auch
their
bei uns mit
issues,
aufzunehmen und
trying
zu
to
integrieren. Jetzt
help
ganz
them get their
aktuell wieder
feet
die Menschen, die vor dem Krieg in
on
der
the ground,
Ukraine
and
flüchten
now
mussten,
with all the
ebenfalls
refugees
gut zu integrieren und
that we
aufzunehmen.
like to integrate
DVV
coming from
International
Ukraine.
arbeitet
DVV
zunehmend
International is
auch
more and more
in
engaged
Krisenregionen.
in regions of
Und
crisis
leistet über seine Stärkung der
and
Erwachsenenbildung
promoting
wichtige
adult
Beiträge
education.
zur
We make an
Prävention
important
und
contribution
Bekämpfung
to
von Krisen.
cohesion
Und lassen
and
Sie mich das auch
fighting
als
against
ehemalige
crisis. And as a
Verteidigungsministerin
foreign
sagen. Das ist eine ganz
Minister of
notwendige
Defense,
Arbeit,
it's a
wenn die
very
Soldatinnen und Soldaten der deutschen
important
Bundeswehr, die vor Ort sind,
work that
ihren Beitrag
you
dazu
do
leisten,
with all the
Regionen
soldiers from
zu
the
stabilisieren, zu
German
befrieden. Die
army
tun dies nicht
who
aus
do their
Selbstzweck,
best
sondern die
to
tun dies,
make
damit
peace in different
Raum entsteht,
regions
um
worldwide.
wieder
They
Alltag und gesellschaftliches
do this
Leben zu
to
ermöglichen. Und wir gehören
enable
dazu, und
social
DVV
cohesion
International
again.
ist eine der
And
Organisationen,
education
die
is an
diesen
important
Raum
part
mit den
of
Akteuren vor
social
Ort nutzen.
life.
Dafür sage
And
ich an
this
dieser
is
Stelle
why
ein ganz, ganz
DVV
herzliches
International makes a very important contribution in this regard. So thank you very much for all your efforts.
Und ich freue mich deshalb sehr, gleich
I'm
mit den
therefore very
Kollegen und
delighted
Kolleginnen, Partner und
to
Partnerinnen aus
discuss
dem
with our
Ausland
colleagues and
über
partners
unsere Arbeit
abroad
zu
to
diskutieren
discuss our
und das
work
unter der bewährten Moderation von Dr.
presented
Wolf Schmiese,
by
dem ich
Dr.
herzlich
Wolf
für die Übernahme der
Schmiese.
Moderation danke.
Thank you very much
Bevor ich-
for
ja, Applaus.
presenting this forum. That's your applause.
Bevor ich aber an Herrn Schmiese übergebe,
Before handing over to
möchte
Mr.
ich Sie
Schmiese,
bitten, dass wir uns gemeinsam das Grußwort
like
des
to ask you
Staatssekretärs
to
des
listen to the
Bundesministeriums für wirtschaftliche
welcome note of
Zusammenarbeit
the
und
State
Entwicklung,
Secretary of
Nils
the
Annen,
Ministry of Economic Cooperation, Nils Annen.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to welcome you all to today's panel discussion on the topic of adult education in regions of crisis. The current examples of Afghanistan, Mali, Ethiopia and also Ukraine in our immediate European neighborhood show how quickly successful development policy can be jeopardized by crisis, from the fight against hunger and poverty to the fight against climate change and the creation of peaceful and inclusive societies. Education is a key to achieving these goals together. I am therefore all the more pleased to welcome numerous national and international guests to this year's Adult Education Day. In times of crisis, education can offer stability and protection. At the same time, education is often one of the first areas to fall away in crisis. This is why we at the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development promote education for displaced people in crisis and support the integration of refugees into international national education systems. In analogy to the 15th Adult Education Day, Together in Diversity, Sustainably Interconnected, we are committed to strengthening the right to education for women and girls and marginalized groups. In the context of growing global crisis, adult education is an important pillar. Refugees, for example, are often inhibited to be integrated into local communities and labor markets because of language barriers. Due to interrupted education and biographies, displaced people also lack important basic skills or qualifications without which they cannot find employment. Adult education plays an important role here. It facilitates qualifications to people through basic education, vocational continuing education, and promotes everyday expertise as well as digital competences. These enable and encourage adults to participate in political and social processes. For more than 50 years, DVV International has been a central partner for the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and in promoting adult education structures. Also in Ukraine, I would like to expressly thank you for this important commitment. The partner-oriented approach enables DVV International to offer better prospects in life to disadvantaged people and more opportunities for participation, even in challenging contexts. With the global sustainable development and gender justice, I also look forward to future cooperation with you. I wish a stimulating panel discussion and continued fruitful exchange. Thank you very much and have a nice Congress Day. For the plenary discussion, I'd like to invite our presenter, Mr. Schmiese, on stage. Thank you, dear Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer. I'm a guest of the host, and I'll now take the role of the presenter. Ms. Annen also already mentioned more than 50 years of successful work of DVV International, and for the European context, it has been a peaceful 50 years, and now the context dramatically changed, which also impacts your work. Let me start very big, because some of you may know the book. It's one of the bestsellers of my colleague Florian Illies, a publisher of Die Zeit, a German newspaper. It's a chronic of the time between wars in Germany. It's called Love in Times of Hate. He refers to artists, filmmakers, all of those who in the 20s of the last century lived very enthusiastically because they knew that the new war was on the verge. Enthusiastic was their style of life, and I think it fits in your work because education in times of war is extremely important. It's not the stupid the stupid people who are in a war with each other, but the uneducated people would call art degenerated simply because they didn't know better. They were not educated. And I'm the director of Heute-Journal, one of the big news channels in German television, 7 days a week, where we report a lot about hard news. And there was no day where we did not report about Ukraine. And usually that's how we start our news format. So the director of the we invited our colleague Maria, who used to be the director of the Kiev Education Center. We have a new guest, Maria Boguslav from Kiev. A very warm welcome to you. And just to give you a grasp of her work, she used to be a professional project manager of more than 150 projects involved in Kiev in youth and adult education. Before we go more into detail, where are you currently based? What about your personal odyssey? When did you have to leave Kiev?
Hello. Thank you so much for inviting me. It is very important now for Ukraine to participate in such kind of events and to give information as more and more people. Yeah, here I'm.
Just put it. Put it out. Yeah.
Yes, I'm from Kiev. For the many years, we are working with adult education. We are the first in Ukraine, maybe, who work in online education. 15 years old, we started this, and now, from the first day of war, I moved to different other countries to start working there, to be more helpful. Actually, I lived in some months in Romania. Now I moved to Poland in Warsaw because we have project there for Ukrainians. I hope I will explain a little bit more later during the conversation. Yeah, but my family still live in Kiev. My daughter asked me to bring her home back because she was tired of immigrant life, and I understand her. I also haven't been at home during these 3 more months since the first day actually of the war, as other 7 million of Ukrainians who should leave their houses. And I want to thank all of you, all countries, especially Germany and Poland, where a lot of Ukrainians, the biggest amount of Ukrainians live now. Thank you for your support. Thank you for education you give to us. Thank you for basic needs you give to us. We will never forget it for sure, and we will want to thank you, all of you. Thank you so much.
Prima. Maria, take the mic with you and take a seat here. Maria, take a seat here, dann haben wir hinterher Deutsch und Englisch nicht nur auf einer Seite.
So then we will have English and German not on one side. What Maria experiences, she lives in a country where you don't know how things will turn out. And somebody who has experienced that one's country as he wished it to be like and is no more, refers to Afghanistan. Our next panel guest, who was the founder and the former director of ANEFE, the Afghan National Association for Adult Education, who has joined us to it. Abdul Bashir Kaliki, welcome.
Welcome again. So, wir haben uns gestern Abend
We met last night and we're talking to each other. Mr. Kaliki, adult education in Afghanistan at the time when you were in charge was full of hope. Can you quickly explain how and under which circumstances you had to leave Kabul?
Thank you very much. Greeting to everybody. Yeah, I mean, in the time where the country collapsed, unfortunately at the same time I was in Turkey because I supposed to get the visa to come to Germany for normal meetings through DVV International, but suddenly this happened. And it's very hard to express or explain personally what happened and how it happened. But I think in my lifetime, I would say this was the first time I was working in my dream. So because for the 1 month or 2 months, I was not realizing that I'm awake. I mean, to be really honest, it was hard to believe. But anyway, that was in my lifetime, in the 47 years, I think, especially in the last 20 years, that was a special, experience. An experience which I cannot express it. That was a terrible experience. A crisis management, I used to do it especially in the last 2 years, in the corona and some other issue, but this crisis management was really special. And but finally, with the support of DVV colleagues and with the support of some Afghan colleagues, I think we could manage to keep, at least maintain enough existence, as well as we could safely move to Germany from Turkey with my family. Of course, we are now in Germany, in Leverkusen. And I think life is going on okay, with difficulties, which is normal, but I think that's the price we have to pay for the freedom. Thank you.
Welcome. Here, take a seat here.
So, he's been in Germany for 1 year in Leverkusen. He told me, but next year I'll become a German. So some of you may be able to hear you. Now we come to a colleague of EU who directed an adult education center. And out of the blue, we might say, he was asked, what about Mali? In exchange, well, here we have Martin Westphal. Welcome. Mr. Westphal. Well, you studied in Belgium. You have some knowledge about Wallonia. But what inspired you to go to Mali? Well, the question of development, cooperation, and occupational change was something that interested me all the time. I didn't know I would end up in Mali, so it was a good offer which I gladly accepted. And what about the situation in Mali? The situation of crisis has aggravated since 2012. There was a jihadist invasion from the northeast. Half of the country was conquered. Then in Bamako, the French were called to help. They intervened by military force. So the jihadists were pushed back. In 2015, there was a peace agreement when many of the foreign forces were included, but not all of them. And since 2015, there are uprisings and attacks, a problematic security situation in the north and in the middle of Mali. The federal forces is represented there as part of MINUSMA, which is a UN mission. The situation for about 2 years ago, a military coup happened against Boubacar Keïta. The young military forces staged a coup. The regime was rather corrupt, so that coup was supported by the population. Now, after 2 years, however, there were clear agreements with the Organization of West African States with regard to a regular election. Since then, there are conflicts with the Organization of West African Countries, followed by economic sanctions causing great burdens on the country, in addition to the usual problems. So I may add that you were working as a representative for the whole of West Africa. Well, let's continue the debate. Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer, we have known each other for a long time. I told to you because your office with the Adult Education Centers started before your career in the government and the party. You started your work, which you continued as a Minister of Defense at the political level, and now you continue this work. We have just been told that adult education centers abroad, like also in Germany, are to be dealt how? How should we deal with these new challenges? Refugees, education, problems of misery, no understanding about democracy in the country. In Ukraine, the Russians have taken Bucha. A writer said recently that they never learned how tolerance works. So that's why these Russian troops are so brutal. They can be a ruler for forever once you act violently. How do you see the future of adult education centers abroad and at home? Well, when we use the term a historical change of time, I think we might say that adult education might be neglected a bit due to all the other problems, but now we see that these problems have a direct impact on us, and therefore the DVV International is present on the ground, and that it depends on the activists there. The social commitment is supposed to stabilize the situation. We were told this morning that education is a big building block for democracy. But, of course, we also have a lot of work to do at home when it comes to questions of integration and admission of refugees from regions of war and crises, where we make our contribution. However, also with regard to the question, what impact does it have on our society? It would be naive to believe that all these problems would not affect our society. And here there should be a platform where we could share our views and discuss these matters. Therefore, we could say that adult education centers are as useful and valuable as before. Now, there are many Ukrainian people in Germany. On the one hand, you still love your country and you might accept offers of adult education centers. At the same time, however, it prevents these people from getting integrated in this system of education. Let me ask you, Maria, what a version of adult education center can you still offer? What kind of courses? What are the Ukrainians interested in Ukraine and in Germany?
Thank you for this question. It's really important now because the needs, training needs, education needs have been changed because of hostilities. And now in Ukraine, for example, the last 5 years we taught civic education, democracy, human rights, gender issues and so on. But now we turn back to basic needs. So all these 15 millions of displaced people or immigrants, so 7 million immigrants to other countries, 8 millions displaced people in western part of Ukraine, 15 millions of people should be retrained. First, psychological support. They should analyze themselves. They should do something with their stress without psychologists, professionals, so self-help, and also to help their children, for example, or society around, some friends or so on. So second, now they should be retrained to get some work because understand, maybe the economic situation is quite deep, and a lot of people lost their job, especially if it was some factories or something like that. So they should be retrained to get new skills and to get new work. That's why in Ukraine, for example, we work with VET education, vocational education training, and we provide for more than 40 specialties, short-term courses like cooking, hairdressing, something very short programs for being retraining and requalificated. Then, for those people who stay abroad, we should learn them languages, especially young Ukrainians who should continue studying in local schools or universities. Also for adult people, because they should work, they should get permission to work. Without language it's impossible. Only 20% by statistic can work distantly, continue working for their companies and so on. All other, just imagine that they just lost job, and not to be degraded for the long time to live on payments. They should work and they should develop themselves. And for Ukraine, for example, and we try to do it here in Europe, we will give them Ukrainian people short-term IT courses like web designer or some HTML coders, in order they could start working as freelancers. The last one, of course, it's some basic skills, because some information they can find in some groups of Ukrainians, for example, in Poland, but still it's the same question and the same answers. They should get some basic skill, like how to rent a flat, how to rent car if needed, how to put the children to kindergarten, because all countries has own laws and own rules. This is very important, and like medicine, insurance, and a lot of.
Also ganz lebenspraktische Dinge.
In other words, practical things for life, theoretical superstructure, how to find a flat, what about medical aid, how to find work. That's I've been learned about networks and practical things. During the era when you were building up educational work, Mr. Khaliki, in Afghanistan, when there was some certain hope, I was in Kabul myself for the Frankfurter Allgemeine for 3 months. Well, it was just like a dry sponge. People were longing for education. They really absorbed every offer of education, but they seemed to have been totally dried up. What do you think, from your experience, what is it that Afghan people need most, or needed most, in terms of adult education?
Thank you very much. I think it's also not an easy question. That is fully correct, that right, like a long time back, I mean 20 years ago, when we had the Taliban out the country, I think there was a lot of interest for the education because there was a lot of perspective also. And we see a lot of demand for the education, and people were going, and so we had a lot of good achievement, like as Hanafi itself, the establishment of Hanafi, and also the education center. The Adult Education Center was also the big achievement through these years, because there was a lot of demand, a lot of want and need for it, because the people were assured that by achieving this, they can do something meaningful for them and for the country and for their society. Of course, after these 20 years now, what happens is nobody was expecting it. It was just happened, like still people have questioned why it happened. Those who could leave the country, they left, but not all Afghans could leave the country. Now we have Taliban regime. I think they are like, you say Einbahnstraße, it's like one way. I think they have only, they just say and you have to follow. I think in such a context, I was thinking that it might be so difficult, or it might be even impossible, that the work will continue or not. That is what we had also discussion with the management of the DVV also. But luckily, as I can see the progress, we have a good progress. We could keep the adult education centers alive, and now we have learner. We have up to 30,000 participants in courses up to now. And it is, believe it or not, it is more than 45% women. And that was also interesting to go deeper. Why? The Taliban regime is, when they come, I think their main interest is women. To stop women. All problem is women. For them, it's only women is the problem. I think that is what they believe, and that is what how they get educated. So that is the impact of education, how they raised up, or how they grown up in their adult education center. So I think they have a good impact. You can see it now. So the main interest for them is women. Women should stay home. They should be segregated. They should be separated from the men. So now even these challenges also give us an opportunity. Like for women, they are, as you all know, they are now stopped to go to the formal education from the class 7 onwards. So, and from class 7 onwards, they are youth, and above them also they are adult. So they are our key target group. So for them, the Adult Education Center, what we have, which we built it up before, this was also for them trustable, reliable, because we had the funding plus small contribution from the people. And it was running all the time, all the year. Like not the other private courses, they were having like in season-based approach, but we were open all the time. And and what we were doing is also, we were considering all traditional barrier, whatever belief norms, so for women and men even before. In that thing, so we built a huge trust to the people. Now the women...
You built, pardon me, you built what? I couldn't understand.
We build up trust to the people.
Okay.
Trust to the people, because they can send their women also easily there. So now in our education center, on top of the men, which they are allowed to go to the education, mainly women also, half of it, almost half of it are women coming, because they believe that this is a place where we can learn, And they believe with the learning they can still do a better, meaningful work in the future. It doesn't matter at home or outside the home, at least they have children, so they can do more meaningful work. So they come to our centers now, and for example, the school is now off, they see we are open, so they come here. Even when I ask deeper a lady, for example, some ladies through my colleagues, that why you are coming? It's quite interesting. There is no hope for you. She was saying, look, 1 year I stopped by Taliban, maybe the second year, the third year, so it means, but they promote me from class 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. But in your centers, you are also providing English, computer, and also school subjects, supplementary. I can learn this when I'm going back to school, at least from a competence point of view, I'm not below. So she's believing that with this education, she can also try to build up the competency level as much as possible, not to get behind or left behind. So it means there is a lot of purpose, and it gives us more motivation and interest that we should do much more for us. So it's still, we see the adult education role is the key, is playing a key role, people interested, and they are coming. And we are very happy that we have support for it. Thank you.
Herr Westphal, ist das...
Mr. Westphal.
Bitte. Sind da Parallelen zu Mali? Wie ist es da mit der
Do you see common points compared to Mali? What about women's education and adult education?
innerfamiliären Konflikte und sagen, lasst eure Frauen kommen?
What about interfamiliar conflicts? Do women attend your courses? They do attend our literacy courses. We also build up education centers on a municipal level, funded by the municipalities. Maybe as a background information for you, the school system in Mali doesn't function properly, and it's become worse. Many schools were destroyed in the middle and also north of the northern part of Mali. Some teachers were threatened, and round about 70% of the people are illiterate. So what we do in Mali offers an alternative to the people and facilitates access for them to education, which is extremely important. It's about literacy, which we do not implement in English, but in local languages, which is very important in terms of acceptance of literacy. And it's always embedded in the wish for creating income, for example. Numeracy is also an important part of our mission, or it's embedded in improving the community level, where there's an approach called Circle of Reflection, an approach in adult education, where we rather support and moderate and help adults find their own solutions within their circle and their challenges that they face. People accept our services because we tailor because our services are tailor-made and according to their needs. Where do we meet those people, in Bamako or in the rural areas? Well, municipalities provide their own buildings sometimes, so to make sure that there's a blackboard or a solar panel on the roof to make sure that you're able to actually impart courses. Usually our target group or the teachers are people from the village who master the methods and that we trained, that who we trust. Ms. Karen Bauer, when you listen to the experiences from Afghanistan, where the West sacrificed a lot of blood, so to say, and we had big hopes in the process of democratization. Now, when we look at Mali, with the very big mission that we used to have, very small hopes are left. What do you think when you hear this? Well, we already left Afghanistan, took out our soldiers, we didn't succeed. Well, anyone involved in education work, working at DVV International or at Volkshochschule, they're determined to move on. As we may see in Afghanistan, education, something which is self-evident here in or that we take for granted here in Germany, is an important human right. We talked about women in Afghanistan's restrictions are on the rise, be it implemented by Taliban or other groups in the world where sometimes even children are not allowed to go to school. And if we adults want to make sure that we don't let this happen, I'm deeply convinced that thanks to our education work that we do, helping to feed this hunger for education, this will be fruitful, because someone who learned how to read, how to write, is not the same person any longer. It's a person that's become resilient and that is able to shape a change within society. So we will not give up. Because giving up would mean that we stop believing in the universal human rights and the right to education. But there's probably a red line also with regard to the funding of the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Is there any sort of condition where you say that you stop funding? In Afghanistan, on the one hand, we see the humanitarian situation and the food situation that's become more and more severe. So we cannot just say that we stop funding those projects, be it United Nations projects or projects funded by the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. We also have to think about a more pragmatic approach, saying that we fund a certain way of education, of work. We will give more funding to women's education than to the rest of the education services, because money is something that moves the country of Afghanistan and also the Taliban. With regard to the red line that you mentioned, there's a lot of factors, also when you ask me as a person, that we also have to ask ourselves, do we actually watch a humanitarian disaster happen without doing anything about it? Maria Kramp-Karrenbauer, Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer said that education changes the human being and makes you a better person. According to your experience in Kiev, it's probably difficult to say don't hate too much, but with all the education work that you imparted in the last years, does it help to limit all the anger that people have? But you think education makes people better people?
Yes, I agree completely with you. And actually, we lobbying and we driving adult education, as I said before, about 10 years. And actually, we are specializing, for example, my team and Educational Hub of Kiev and all other educational hubs. We are building the network now. We are specializing actually on soft skills. I don't know if you use this term, and it's like communication, stressability, time management, working with team, flexibility, and so on. So those skills which are needed for everybody, despite of the profession level, despite of age. And this is like more person with such skills are more competitive on labor market, are more calm at home, so I mean more tolerant and so on. For example, we have in Ukraine more than 200 online courses on all these topics, as well as some digital skills, of course, and some. The most important now is people are quite lazy and quite overload with business because they have work, they have children, they have a lot of other different issues, and sometimes for them it's difficult to start self-education. It's Ukraine, it's very popular now, the adult education, lifelong learning education. In ministry, we even recently Ministry of Education and Science created a profile department. The education law about lifelong learning also is for 4 years already in regarding but the most important, and to start from the course, like how to start learning, like how to this the first step. And if you already move to lifelong learning, you already scratch yourself, you understand what kind of skills you need more. First, soft skills, maybe somebody need more professional skills or business entrepreneur skills and so on. So I would suggest if to put our hostilities and war situation behind this conversation, if we speak about general situation, it's very important to start from these soft skills, and it's much more easy in short programs, easier, more interesting, and more practical. Yeah, that's what my vision.
Ich würde gerne noch wissen und vielleicht von Herrn
I like to find out maybe from Mr. Westphal and from you, Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer, according to your perspective that you know West Africa, what can adult education centers do? And which services should be intensified? And for those who are displaced, especially from the sub-Saharan region, which services should we provide to those who were displaced to make sure that they can put their feet on the ground here in Germany to facilitate their arrival here in Germany? According to our work at Volkshochschule in Walet, this morning someone said education helps to deal with the transformation of globalization. I mean, those people, they still live in the same world. They also have access to internet. We are not so in such a different situation any longer. So any of those skills are needed, such as the skills that we need here to cope with all the force of the power of globalization. There's even more cultural polarization taking place than we experience here within families, for example. The municipalities and communities play an important role. At the same time, the cultural and material services are becoming more and more important, be it mobile phones in big cities. We have a lot of rural migration, people migrating to the big cities. So according to my point of view, it's an even greater challenge to those people who have to live with the culture polarization. I can also see that they're grateful for all the education services that we offer. So the more services we offer, the better. It's a great solution, especially in terms of adult education. Help them deal with other people, also with other people who may not have the same education background, but to be on an eye level and have a respectful exchange. Let's talk about an extreme example, for example, genital mutilation. We see this as atrocity. I mean, we don't want to be modern missionaries trying to take them on the right path. Are there any taboos, any topics that we shouldn't get involved in? I mean, I cannot say that we shouldn't do anything about it, because from our perspective it's terrible what's happening there. But we are not engaged in this as Volkshochschule, as adult education centers. There are other areas that we work at, creating income, the community level, and so on. But there's something that I didn't respond to earlier on regarding the percentage of women attending our courses. It's probably similar to what we see in Germany. Around about 70% of our students are women. When you have a look at our website, you can see this, and it impressed me to see how people really learn how to read and who become happy people thanks to the services that we offer. Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer, which role could Volkshochschule Deutschland, the adult education centers here in Germany, play to facilitate that life here to those who migrated to Germany? We offer services in terms of integration, be it language courses, integration courses, and many more, where we are an important pillar. Something I'd wish for is that with the expertise from DVV International, because those colleagues know much more about the need of the displaced. They know what they're looking for. They know what they went through. So I'd like to take much more advantage of this very important cooperation with DVV International. Rita-Süssmuth, our honorary president, said, we often have an approach focusing on on the skills they don't have yet, be it language skills, but we forget about the skills they already do have and that they already bring along. Also, I think it's important for us to provide those rooms for discussion and building bridges between the inner and the outer world. International commitment from Germany is very important because we do care about how other countries develop. We do care about how people live there, and the social discourse here is something where adult education centers can make an important contribution and will become more and more important than they used to be.
And I want to add some words about cooperation and supporting of DVV International. Before the war started, we arranged about a common project between Kiev and Leipzig, because our two cities are twin cities. And this project called its Urban Exchange Program, and it's devoted directly to adult education of citizens of Kiev and Leipzig. And now it was rechanged because of priorities were changed, and I hope very soon, in 1 month, maybe 1 month, we will create education hub here in Leipzig with the same concept, learning languages, some IT specialties, some soft skills, psychological support, career guidance, and so on, which will be made by our two cities and by our two teams. And this Ukrainian education hub will help Ukrainians to be integrated as more as possible, also for some cultural aspects and so on. And I hope it will exist for the next 1 year until the end of the project. And I think we can spread information to other cities of Germany and to other Ukrainians who live in other cities of Germany. I mean, it will be not for Leipzig citizens and Ukrainian in Leipzig, but also for other regions. So thank you very much for this possibility, and we will use it in the most effective way.
Sehr gut.
Very well. And it is very important that Maria Boguslav says that you allow people to be integrated. I was told by a Turkish friend they saw satellite dishes on Berlin homes. Was a big buildings with satellite dishes. They said, do you know why integration didn't work? It was because of those satellite dishes, because they were watching their own programs only, and they did not have the chance to learn the language. So technical facilities are available, but to come back to the book, the people who left the country described in this book were unhappy because they still were missing their country. They had to leave. So I think both is possible. Perhaps both at adult education centers abroad and in Germany can contribute. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaliki, Mr. Westphal, Mr. Boguslav, and thank you, AKK, as the journalists refer to you, and I'd like to thank you all. I learned a lot myself, and I'm really fascinated. Thank you very much.
Ja, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren,
ladies and gentlemen, please, I'd like to stay for a moment. It's not the end of our event. The discussion has demonstrated that the VHS is confronted with national and international tasks, and that the association with its structure at home and abroad can react to the challenges. We may say that the international structure of the centers are part of their work. And I am all the more happy. What a better venue and what a better event could we think of by the end of this day to award the Rita-Süssmuth Prize for the International Volkshochschule. And to this end, I'd like to pass the floor to Christoph Loos from DWW International. Madam President, thank you for the introduction. Dear guests, I'd like to announce for the second time after 2009 to award the Rita-Süssmuth-Award for the International Adult Education Center. Let me tell you something more about the background. The prize honors VHSs on the subject of international work and internationalization, be it by means of international strategies of their organizations or by means of international or intercultural references in their programs, or as it was the motto of this award, by means of international networks with international organizations. The prize, together with the board, was offered, and we have received many applications. An independent jury checked the proposals of international projects. The jury did not find it easy to choose the winner, but by the end we are able to honor 3 adult education centers in conjunction with their partner organizations. Before we proceed to the ceremony proper, I'd like to ask 3 persons to join me on the stage who played a particular role in the context of the award ceremony. From the Association of German Cities, we have Daniela Schneckenburger, and from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Sylvia Kronek, who was involved in an internationally sponsored project, and last but not least, the name giver, who for over 3 decades supported the work of adult educational centers with her expertise and her political wisdom, our honorary president, Professor Dr. Rita-Süssmuth. Please come and join me on the stage, please. Well, let me categorize the prize. Let me start with you, Professor Süssmuth. We have the black microphone for you. Well, that is well, not intentional of political meaning, Mrs. Süssmuth. What about international cooperation these days, especially for adult education centers and continuing training? Well, black microphone. Black stands for pessimism, but I'm not pessimistic. To answer your question, I cannot bypass us answering this question, because we started early enough when these centers were founded to deal with international work. And I have to tell you that we received a sign again
mal, ob man nicht auch bestimmte Dinge verändern kann.
To
Meine wichtigste
notify
Botschaft an Sie,
that
jeder Mensch
we
ist
might
bildungsfähig.
change
Und
something.
wir
Every
hätten
person
ohne
needs
die
education.
Frauen die
Without
Bildung auch nicht so vorangebracht.
women, education would not have been
Weimarer Republik
pushed
später,
ahead.
die hat Frauen in Marsch versetzt.
The
Die haben
women who lived during the
Wenn
Weimar
wir
Republic
Volkshochschulen
took
zunächst
the
viele Frauen hatten,
initiative.
da wurde gesagt, ist
Many
vielleicht
women
Luxus, aber
participated
ich
in
kann Ihnen
courses
sagen,
at
das
that
ist
time.
längst kein Luxus,
It is not
das ist
a matter of
Stärke geworden
luxury
und eine
anymore.
Notwendigkeit.
It is a
Und
matter
zwar
of
nicht nur
necessity.
für uns Einheimische, auch für die,
That
die
applies
hinzugekommen sind.
both
Und die
to
wichtigste
local
Frage, schaut
people
doch mal erst
and
darauf,
those who joined
auch
us
wenn
from
Sie noch
abroad.
nicht die Sprache können,
Uh,
was Sie
I'm
alles
always saying,
an Ideen, an
are we aware of
Fertigkeiten,
all the
Fähigkeiten
ideas and
mitbringen?
skills
Weil immer
these
gesagt,
people
Frauen brauchen Nachhilfestunden.
have
Die Zeiten sind vorbei.
contributed? There were times when people said, well, women need some support to catch up what they don't know. Those times are over.
Männer sind andersartig
Of course, men
untereinander,
are
Frauen
different
auch,
among each other,
aber das
so
ist
are
kein
women.
Grund
But
für
that's not a
Marginalisierung.
reason
Die
for
sehen wir
being
weltweit.
marginalized.
Deswegen
We
ist
see
das
this
nicht nur
at a global
ein
scale.
Teilproblem für die
It shouldn't be a
sogenannten
problem
Unterentwickelten,
for the
sondern für uns alle.
so-called underdeveloped countries.
Und ich
And
füge hinzu,
let me add,
für mich wird immer wichtiger,
for me, it is ever more
Bildung
important
entsteht auch durch
to say that
Zusammenarbeit.
education is a product
Wer
of cooperation,
miteinander zu tun hat, sei es an einem Handwerkzeug,
be it
sei es an einem Bild,
a tool or be it
sei
a
es an einer
picture or be
Fußbodenlegung,
the
der schafft Beziehungen. Und das
flooring
wünsche ich
material
auch,
work that creates relations.
Volkshochschulen auch für die Zukunft,
So
weil da
our
sich etwas
education
entwickelt,
centers are
das wir dann
essential
auch
for the
gestalten
future because we
und
develop
steuern
something, we create
Eine
something.
wunderbare
This is a
Aufgabe,
wonderful
weil man sich
mission
selbst entdeckt
because you
und den
discover
anderen.
yourself and you discover your
schafft
neighbor.
Beziehung. Danke.
That's what I want to say. Let's move on to the Association of German Cities, Mr. Schneckenburg. In 2019, you took over the patronage. What role do you think the internationalization internationalization playing for cities? Well, let me thank you for the invitation. First of all, I think this is a great contribution to stress the importance of adult education centers. We, as cities, want to be places of municipal education, not only formal education, the tertiary sector, but also adult education centers can and will make major contributions to the development of cities. As you know yourselves, municipal urban societies are places of integration and globalization. Here, people from different cultures meet, people sharing different religions, where conflicts are also settled. That is why adult education centers have to make a contribution to globalization. We could feel this especially during the refugee crisis 2015. Adult education centers were also places of formal learning for catching up, training and qualifications. This is why we are always present in the cities. And now let us move on to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the level of high diplomacy. Mrs. Groneik, international twinning programs become ever more important, as we can see from our projects and funding projects. What role do adult education centers play in this context from your experience? Thank you very much. To be very brief. I could say because urban diplomacy for the first time was written down in a coalition agreement, but it was a subject of the Foreign Office before that time. We think that citizens can be involved in projects where governments find it difficult to go, and that it is decisive that citizens understand what this is all about. Where could we see this better than in Ukraine, just not far away from Berlin or Leipzig, as we have heard impressively, where people need support and solidarity to defend their democratic values. There are municipal partnerships, partnerships with local providers. Among them, adult education centers are important bridges to reach citizens. That's why we are very happy to have launched a project, Urban Change, together with the DVV International. Thank you for the great commitment. Thank you for the opportunity to have been given the opportunity to choose from the best proposals. So this is really a great job. Thank you very much. Thank you for your explanation. Now it's getting more interesting. I'd like to ask you to be seated here, and I'd like to ask the laudator of the honorary speech, Werner Reuss from the Bayerische Rundfunk. Professor Süssmuth, Mrs. President, Mr. Chairman, honorary guests and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the jury of the Rita-Süssmuth-Award for International Adult Education Centers, I have the honor to honor the following education centers with their partner organizations abroad for their commitment in line with the categories. This includes the Volkshochschule Badische Straße from Arash in Morocco, the VHS Natash in Belarus, and the Adult Education Center Weimar with the Goethe Institute in Rome, representing other partners abroad. Well, to get you in the mood, we have brought you a small visual impression. May I ask the director to roll the film, please? Volkshochschule Badische Bergstraße stands for connections, both locally and internationally. From the very beginning, we were involved with the Institute pour Tout. 2011, a delegation visited us to find out how adult education centers are organized. In 2003, we paid a visit to Marrakesh. In 2015, the program of cooperation was concluded. In October, a delegation of local politicians visited Casablanca. Even in musical terms, we came closer to each other. So cooperation between the Badische Fernstraße and the Initiative pour Tout concluded our common project. The focus of our idea is on democratization of the society and to protect their values.
Kirschenbaum digital,
Kirschenbaum Digital, Analog and International, a small idea from Goethe Institute VHS that became a multimedia exhibition, 1,700 Years of Jewish Life in Germany, was the start of the project of showing Kirschenbaum caricature at the Weimarer Republik. The caricatures address topics such as the role of women, anti-feminism. We also teach media competence, digital and sustainable and affordable project management has showed how creative those education centers are. Goethe Institute Rome was in close collaboration with the adult education centers. We were convinced by the services such as local language courses, school courses, and Kirschenbaum remains important nowadays. French partners already showed interest in the exhibition.
Bezüglich der Ehrung für die VHS Badische Bergstraße heißt es in der Begründung der Jury, dass diese Volkshochschule über ein herausragendes Leitbild
With regard to the award of the VHS Badische Bergstraße, the jury stated that this adult education center has an outstanding mission statement that also takes international cooperation and context into account. The jury also particularly appreciated the fact that the staff of the adult education center is internationally oriented and that increased value is placed on intercultural experience when recruiting new staff. At program level, the Adult Education Center organizes, among other things, citizens' dialogues on international topics, initiates intercultural discussion groups in cooperation with local political actors, and imparts interreligious competences to a wide variety of target group. In terms of international partnership, the jury was impressed by the project Education Moves Women in Politics, which was set up with the Université Bourtouche in Larache, Morocco, and aims at female empowerment. The joint project promotes the teaching of values such as tolerance and commitment and contributes to greater participation of women in political processes, especially those with migration background. Congratulations to the Volkshochschule Adult Education Center, Badische Bergstraße. I have the honor to present the next award winner, the Adult Education Center in the district of Cham. The jury appreciated the pioneering internationalization of the Adult Education Center in Cham by means of intercultural orientation in the programs offered, in the personal policy and the organizational structure. The jury was particularly impressed by the international department, which is staffed with 7 full-time positions and enables staff exchanges with foreign partners. It was also highlighted that the Adult Education Center built up an international network with different countries over many years and deals with transnational educational topics in more than 100 international projects. The projects are aimed at young people and adults and promote cross-border solidarity, cultural exchange, integration and peaceful coexistence. The international cooperation with the Association for Lifelong Learning and Education in Belarus was awarded by the jury as an extraordinary partnership. Despite currently strained diplomatic relations between Germany and Belarus, they managed to maintain a strong partnership and knowledge exchange. In addition, the new civil society organizations for adult education in Belarus continue to receive support, including funding from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Concluding, Adult Education Center in the district of Cham makes an important contribution to international understanding thanks to its international orientation at the municipal level and across borders. The reciprocal transfer of knowledge at the foundation of politics, democracy and peaceful coexistence. Congratulations to the Volkshochschule in the district of Cham. As the third award winner, we honor the Volkshochschule Weimar today. Above all, it impressed the jury with its numerous international initiatives in the field of political education, which were not only meticulously planned with partner cities and educational institutions from Great Britain, France, Italy, Poland, Israel and Chile, but also implemented on the ground, as you saw on the film, with the exhibition Jecheski David Kirchenbaum, caricatures of the Bauhaus member on the Weimar Republic, which was created as part of the thematic years 900 Years of Jewish Life in Thuringia. The exhibition deals with the upheavals of the European Revolution after the First World War, the developments of the 20s and the break with civilization caused by the National Socialist extermination of European Jews. Special mention should be made to the fact that the exhibition is not only sustainable, but also can be visited nationally and internationally at any time. This is because it's organized in a way that it facilitates digital access to interested parties without charge and for an unlimited period of time. In addition to the important topics Kirchenbaum addresses with his work, the jury also highlighted the design of the exhibition and its already existing supra-regional distribution as a remarkable concept for international understanding. Congrats to the VHS Weimar. I would now like to invite the representatives of all 3 award winners and their foreign partner organizations, Dr. Christina Rika from Volkshochschule Badische Bergstraße and Mr. Mustafa Abrai from the Université Portus in Larache, Morocco. And Winfried Ellwanger from the Adult Education Center in the district of Cham and Ms. Natasha Priestrom representing the Association for Lifelong Learning and Education in Belarus. And Mr. Ulrich Dillmann from the Volkshochschule Weimar, together with Mr. Marvin Schnell from the Goethe Institute in Rome, who also acts as a representative of the various foreign partner organizations. Thank you for the microphone. We will award the awards, one after another. Ms. Süssmuth, please award the certificate. And then we have the trophy for the partner organizations abroad.
Einmal übergeben. Können Sie direkt in einem machen. Stellen Sie sich gerne daneben, Frau Groneig.
Please stand next to him, Mrs. Schneckenburger. Let's take a photo.
Also einmal noch bitte Applaus für die VHS Badische Bergstraße und die
Volkshochschule Badische Bergstraße and Université Bourtouz in Morocco. Applause. Let's move on to the next award winner, Volkshochschule in the district of Cham and lifelong learning. Ms. Süssmuth, the certificate. Move on. Let's move on. And let's make space.
Und ich bitte noch einmal den
Now,
Applaus für Cham und Belarus.
Applause for Cham and Belarus, please.
Und last but not least,
And
die
last but
Volkshochschule
not
Weimar
least,
mit dem Goethe-Institut.
Volkshochschule Weimar with Goethe-Institut representing different partners. We will award the trophy and the certificate. Applause for Volkshochschule Weimar and Goethe-Institut in Rome.
Und dann machen wir jetzt noch ein großes Abschlussfoto.
Now
Dazu
we'll
möchte ich auch
take
Herrn Reus
one
auf die
final
Bühne bitten. Wir haben
photo.
noch Geschenke für
We
unsere
have
Mitstreiter hier, Frau Schneckenburger, Frau
brought
Brunner,
a
Frau
few
Süssmuth. Herr Reus, Sie bekommen
gifts,
das Gleiche. Machen wir
Mr.
einmal ein
Royce,
Foto und dann gibt's noch
Mr.
die Geschenke, bevor ich
Süssmuth
weiter übergebe.
and Groner. You will receive your gifts before I hand over to my colleague.
So, vielen Dank.
Right, thank you very much for listening, for being here at the award ceremony of the Rita-Süssmuth Award. Now we will conclude our conference day and I will hand over to Martin Rabanus, our board chair of the director of our board.
Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und
Ladies
Herren,
and gentlemen, on behalf of the board, warm congratulations to the award winners and to Städtetag, to the Office of Foreign Affairs. It's a pleasure to have you at our side. Now it's up to me to say thank you to all of you who were with us today. It was a very dense and diverse first day regarding the topics that we deal with on a municipality level, regional level, national level, and now with the award ceremony. Thank you very much. We touched different topics such as digital transformation, social sustainability, topics that challenges that we face as a Volkshochschule family. And we also realized that we offer a lot to provide solutions to those challenges. It's been a great pleasure to have you with us today at 7 p.m. with the festivity at Moritzbastei. We will gather together in a very relaxed atmosphere, even more relaxed than the atmosphere we had throughout the day at Augustusplatz, where we will design a big banner, and all of those passing by, citizens of Leipzig, are invited to make a contribution. Please visit us at Augustusplatz, get engaged, get involved, and then we'll meet again in Moritzbastei at 7 p.m. and hopefully back tomorrow in the morning at 8:30. I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow, our festivities tomorrow, and I'd like to thank you very much for this beautiful first day. Thank you.